Hanaki! Did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oyan from Yeloon. Good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you are doing well this fine Tuesday. The second day of the week. Nice table, thanks. It's custom. It's custom and it's the same dark color as my desk in real life. Though maybe with a little bit less water damage. Also, for those of you who haven't seen this desk properly before, I do have a custom keyboard and like mat asset, but the keyboard is not separate from the mat, so... I could have this here too, but technically since I'm doing tarot reading, it wouldn't make sense to leave it here because it would be in the way. But yeah, I do have that as well. Welcome in, welcome in. We get buns today? Yes, we get buns today. I felt like using the buns. Just felt like it. Just felt like it. Glued together. Do not separate them. They are in a complete set. Yes. Okay. So for those of you who have not been here for a tarot reading stream from Yuno Hanaki before, I have physical tarot cards that I use for my readings. I shuffle them in between each reading. Shuffling for me takes a little while because I'm bad at shuffling cards. The cardstock that these are made of is pretty thick, so it's difficult for me to shuffle them like regular cards. Even if they were regular cards, I'd still have a hard time shuffling. I am not very dexterous with my hands. But basically, you can ask a question on any topic. It could just be a general prediction for what's going to happen in the year. You could ask for things about, like, career. You could ask for things about, like, your love life and romance. And you can make the questions be a little bit more specific if you would like to. But, like, try not to give me too much information, because that can sometimes, pollute the overall reading that I am trying to provide. But once you submit your request, and I shuffle and I put the energy into the cards, I will do a 3-card spread for the card that represents the past, the card that represents the present, and the card that represents the future. And then I will make a reading and kind of offer a prediction based on whatever the cards tell me. Also, my deck does tend to be pretty sassy, so if you want to be read to filth, this is the stream for you. I don't know why, but ever since I got this deck, even though this is the first deck that I ever owned, it was like very brutal and very savage from even like the very first initial readings I ever did. And it has continued to really be that way since. Sometimes it is nicer, other times it can still be very, very mean. Cute. Do better. Okay, thank you very much for the request, Admin Wonder. Thank you for the $10 tip. Hi, Yuno. Hi. I was thinking of getting one for my general productivity and progress. Of course. You got it. So that's our first request. I will continue my work of shuffling the cards. And then also in between readings, I will probably just be like yapping randomly. You can ask more specific questions while it is still your turn, but once the reading is confirmed, I will be moving on and working with whoever is next in the queue, if there's more than one person in the queue. The deck hates everyone equally. No, it literally does. I don't know why it's like this. It even hates me when I try to do readings for myself, which I don't do all that often. But it hates me too. Nobody is special in the eyes of these cards, I swear. Did Mamie make those tarot cards? No, I've had this deck long before I met Magical Mamie. I've had these cards for a very long time. Well, I shouldn't say a very long time. A couple of years, though, for sure. They were a birthday gift, a few years ago. Cute. Do better. Tokunai namae, thank you for the $10 tip. Career dizzy face. Real and understandable. Okay, I'll get to yours after Admin Wonder. Thank you. I will be looking at the alerts as they come in on StreamElements on my other monitor, but I have chat up on my primary one, and I will be looking right at you as I provide the reading. Cute. Do better. That Matt, thank you for the $10 tip. Job question. Should I look for another job in my city or back home? Ooh. Very good question. Alright, you're in spot 3. Also, if you didn't get a chance to see on Twitter, I did announce the birthday hashtag for this year. I am changing it. For the previous years I have had a birthday, I was always using One and Oni Day for it, but I remembered last year I had the epiphany that I should have just made it Setsubuno, because that's really good, because my birthday is on Setsubun, and then it adds on the Buno nickname. So I think from now on it's just going to be Setsubuno. But for this year it's hashtag Setsubuno26. So if you would like to put birthday messages on Twitter, or post like gifts or what have you, gift, not gifts themselves. Twitter's taking away gifts anyway. But if you would like to post presents on that hashtag as well, feel free. It is officially 2 weeks until Yuno Hanaki birthday, where I will be turning 224. Crazy to think about. But yeah, if you have anything you'd like to post for that, I'll probably go through the birthday hashtag during whenever I decide to do for that birthday stream. I'm deciding if I want to do anything like particularly special for the birthday besides like hang out with you guys, of course. Like I'm still debating if I want to do like a Totsumachi or whatever, like call-ins. I might try and see, but I don't know. Not my gifts. Yeah, I know. It's crazy they're taking gifts away, but that's because Tenor is like changing how they are like using their API or whatever. I forget the specific wording of it, but Twitter's GIF integration was through Tenor, and since Tenor is no longer offering the big GIF library, I think GIFs are leaving. Huh? Yeah, did you not hear about that? Although I think... Was it Discord that said that they were going to switch to using Giphy? Or did Twitter decide it was going to switch to Giphy too? I think Discord very quickly found the alternative of using Giphy, but I'm not sure if Twitter is planning an alternative yet. Thank you for the head pat. It's crazy out here, man. Things are just constantly changing, and becoming worse. The world is not ideal. Cute. Do better. Egan, thank you for the $15 tip. You are paying for a prediction and a half, technically, but thank you. Hanaki, a new season raid is dropping soon for a while. Do better. What's the outlook on improving the guild's world ranking? Got it. You are spot 4. And Burr, thank you for the $10 tip. Will I be successful in my job searching? You are spot 5. I should probably finish shuffling these cards soon. We're starting to build a backlog. It'll become more and more Jover. Paying the Oni tax? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the Oni tax. Oh, I guess since you paid Oni tax, that means you get to see wife. Please hold. Wife check. Thank you for paying the tithe. I love how much my thighs move in the 2.0 rigging. They're so bouncy. Hee. Yeah. It's a good day to be Yuno Hanaki, it must be said. Okay. Back to Earth now. Oh, thank you for suggesting a poll. I will put that up really quickly for the Twitch people. One moment. Bouncy jelly thighs. I don't know if my thighs are really jelly-like, but they are quite bouncy, and I really do like the way that they move back and forth and they like squeeze together. I do so love the physics of a thigh squish. Okay, so this poll is best way to sharpen a pencil. Never really thought about it. Dedicated E-sharpener. Manual analog sharpener. Knife? I mean, I guess. Or other. What the heck would other even be in this situation? Teeth? Good point. I stand corrected, my bad. Okay, a 5-minute poll. Clearly a beaver is the way to go. I guess you would be voting other. I was going to say, why would you choose anything besides electric sharpener, but... a trained beaver? Yeah, as opposed to a wild beaver. You make a good point. I don't know if a wild beaver would be particularly careful with your pencil. Rubbing two pencils together? Oh, the friction would sharpen them? I guess. Does anyone even really use, like, traditional wooden pencils anymore, besides, like, for standardized testing, I guess? I feel like even then, standardized testing has gotten better at, like, allowing for mechanical pencils as long as you're using number 2 pencil lead. I don't know what the situations are like into schools anymore, but I never even had to use wooden pencils when I was in college. I think the last time I used a wooden pencil was when I was in high school for the, like, standardized testing to get into college. I haven't used a traditional wooden pencil in a very long time. Okay. I shall work on this first question. For Admin Wonder. Last time I did standardized tests in college, it was all proctored on computers. Whoa. I still had to do physical testing for some of my classes, as in, like, with physical papers. And then we still had to, like, fill in the bubbles for, like, the Scantron type sheets, but they didn't tell us we had to use, like, traditional wooden pencils. We were allowed to use mechanical. Me write heavy, me smash puny mechanical lead, me use number 2s. Why do you write so forcefully, bro? My man's the Hulk when it comes to using a pencil. I guess it'd be like that. Okay. I think I have shuffled well. So this first question is, I was thinking of getting one for my general productivity and progress. Okay. So this is kind of like career adjacent, but it's more like, specifically about productivity levels. Okay. As you wish. I have so much more space now that I've rearranged my desk. I don't have to, like, fight my keyboard and, like, all of the other shit on here to, like, spread the cards out. This is so nice for me. Okay. Kind of combined career and general life. Yeah, it's no problem. But because you were technically asking for, like, a specific-ish question, I'll try to answer specifically about productivity and progress in terms of, like, career stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, so first card. We have upright 2 of pentacles. We're starting off with a pentacle. Gaiety, recreation and its connections. News and messages in writing. Okay. So because this represents past, I assume this means you've received, like, some sort of, like, written message or notice about your, like, general sense of productivity before. I don't know if this is necessarily, like, it mentions in the notes that this could be something negative. So maybe it could be something as extreme as, like, getting a write-up for lack of productivity in, like, either your school or your workplace. Maybe there've just been, like, times where you've had to have conversations with higher-ups or, like, team members about your overall productivity level and whether or not you're capable of keeping up with the current workload or something like that. But it does imply that there was something that was, like, directly told to you, usually in some form of, like, a direct message. And then, like, when it comes to the sense of recreation, too, I feel like maybe it's just because of a tendency to, like, maybe take things a little bit too slowly or at more of, like, your own pace, which can often be, like, good, but in some cases it can also be bad. And I think in this case it might have been a little bit bad. And so it's been, like, a focal point when it comes to progression, in your professional life, whether that be as, like, a student or as you're, like, going into the workforce. I think it is something that you are aware of yourself, and so you're kind of trying to keep a better lock on it because you've been informed that it is a problem. So going into the present, how things are going right now, upright Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords. Triumph, Conquest, Triumph of Force. Okay, so generally Ace of Swords tends to mean that you're, like, being really forceful about something. You're really forceful about, like, change. It says both for, like, love and hatred. It's just, like, a really forceful experience. So I think that because of your knowledge of your lack of productivity in the past and, like, the warnings you've gotten in the past, I think that now you're trying to, like, really force your way through a lot of those obstacles regarding your work and your productivity level. You've made great strides, it seems. Because Ace of Swords implies, like, not just, like, the strength and, like, the forcefulness of it, but also, like, the triumph over something through use of brute force. I think you've kind of been brute forcing your own progress in a lot of ways. Like, you've really, for lack of a better term, I believe this is implying that you have locked the fuck in. And it's making things better for you when it comes to being more productive and, like, getting more things done. I think you've, like, found a workflow that works for you right now. Whether that be, like, how you're breaking up tasks in a day or, like, how you're splitting your time. I think time management in particular has probably gotten a lot better. Thank you for the head pat. I think your time management overall has gotten a lot better. And that seems to be helping out quite a bit. I feel like I've been kind of brute forcing it. The cards sense that.
Cute. Do better.
The cards sense that. And as for your future, how is this going to impact your overall progress in your career going forward? Reverse 8 of Pentacles. So we've got another Pentacle card here, but reverse this time. Reverse 8. Voided ambition, vanity, exaction. Okay. I'm personally feeling with this reverse 8 of Pentacles here, perhaps it's going to feel like in the future, going forward with whatever your current strategy with work is, I think there is going to reach a point where it no longer works. Either because you are so satisfied with the way that your work is going that you don't really see a need to change, or it's no longer going to feel like you have to force it. This could mean voided in the sense of, like, it's canceling itself out, and now you just consider this to be, like, normal workflow. It no longer feels like you're forcing it. But it could also mean that you just don't feel like you need to do this method any longer in order to accomplish your work. And this could be both a positive and a negative. It's coming across a little bit negatively. The usual connotation for a reverse Eight of Pentacles can be a little bit on the negative side, but to me, I'm just getting this sense of, like, as you continue with this current method of, like, brute forcing your way through your work, there's a chance that there's going to reach a point where you no longer have to. But whether that's good or bad is hard to say. It might be leaning bad. It might be that you need to figure out something else that might be more sustainable in the future. And it could also be that you might not need to do it in this manner anymore, and then you'll have to find a different approach that could work better. It's already feeling that point. I did want to learn new skills, but I'm kind of at a standstill right now. Yeah, I wonder if that's what the voided ambition is kind of pointing towards. Maybe the strides that you've made in your current career are starting to, like, pivot to, like, a different desire, and because of that, it's just making it feel a little bit moot. Like, putting in all of this effort to try and get better feels kind of like a moot point when you're starting to lose the drive, but I can't say for sure. That is just the vibe that I am currently getting from the cards right now. But I hope that that helps you. It kind of seems like they are sensing that you're close to burnout. I think this overall vibe is definitely like whatever you're doing right now could lead to some sort of career burnout. So, you know, my advice would be figure out what is working with the way that you're currently approaching your work, and then take whatever is working and use that going forward. But the stuff that's not working, you might want to adjust and change some things around so that it can be better. But I hope that that helps you. We got a tie between knife and manual sharpener. That's crazy. When I think of manual sharpener, I was thinking of, like, those tiny little hand sharpeners. I liked those quite well. Mechanical sharpeners were usually hit or miss for... Or, not mechanical. Electronic sharpeners were, like, hit or miss for me. But I liked the little handheld sharpeners. I felt like they did a pretty good job. Cool Oni Tuesday. Yeah, cool Oni Choose. Hanaki, welcome in, welcome in. Alright. Next is tokenized request for career. Career. I feel like it's given clarity to what I've already kind of figured out. Burnout's nasty on some days. Yeah. For lack of anything else, these cards are pretty good at, like, highlighting the direct root cause of something. Even if I can't necessarily give you a direct answer, because it's hard to know for sure, the cards can at least give you a better understanding of what is occurring. How much for a reading? It doesn't say in the pin. Ah, yes. It does say on YouTube, though. 10 dull hairs, please. 10 dull hairs via StreamElements tip, and you will be put into the queue. I should have added the 10 when I put the message on Twitch, but I just copy-pasted from my YouTube description. Inflation? What do you mean? It was 10 last time. Fairly certain it was 10 last time. I think I've even charged 15 before. If anything, the price has gone down. Ooh, discount? Yeah, man. I think I raised it to 15 at one point because I was trying to account for the fees that StreamElements sometimes takes from donations, but at this point, I don't really care. I already paid my rent. Everything's fine for me. I'm just chilling. Okay. This used to be a single Eagle gold coin, now it's an hour working a Walmart. Youngins.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you for the tip. I will be, checking the message for it shortly. I had to scroll down, lower into my alert, feed so that I can read the previous messages. But I will get to it soon. You have been added to the queue.
Cute. Do better.
Same thing, you have been added to the queue. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, I have to move the freaking alert box. It's over my head. Go over here. It's over my face. This way. There we go. Thump ub. I love how both of you posted thump ubs, basically. Thanks, man. Where would we be without thump ub? Alright. Mr. Tokenai, I hope that you are listening, because I'm about to start your reading. Still here with a little less joy? You're so right. Why live? Would life truly be worth living without thump ub? Sources say no, probably not. Okay. Career. Let's see. So the first card is for past. Upright Knight of Wands. We've got a wand on our hands. Departure, absence, flight, emigration. Okay. So it feels like maybe when it comes to how your career has treated you in your past, I'm envisioning a lot of, like, leaving of places. I feel like it's been very transient. Perhaps you've had to do a lot of travel for your existing work. Maybe you've been having to take a lot of, like, work trips, or maybe you've been asked to transfer to different locations regarding work thus far. It just feels like there's been, like, a strong, like, lack of permanence, and also absence is really sticking out to me. Not necessarily in a sense of, like, oh, you've been absent from work, tisk tisk, but in a sense of things are feeling absent because of how often you have to, like, go from place to place. It just feels like that transient feeling of you're constantly moving, you're, like, constantly going to a new place. It's leading to, like, an absence when it comes to other things. Constant travel, thus leading to absence of other important aspects of life. It feels like the work is probably very demanding. The picture on the card has a knight that's, like, covered in a bunch of, like, decorations, and decorations that are also, like, hanging off of his armor. So I do also feel this sense of, like, burden that is being carried, like, as you travel regarding your work. It just feels like there's something that's, like, weighing on you as you do your best to, like, make do with what you have, but it's obvious that there are still some things that are, like, missing.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you for the tip. I will read the message shortly, but you have been added to the queue. As for present, upright Page of Wands. Interesting that it's the knight and the page right next to each other. Okay, faithful, an envoy, bear favorable testimony. Okay. So I think that despite how much you've had to, like, travel and how much, and, like, the overall transience of the work, I think that you have still, like, developed pretty strong skills, particularly when it comes to, like, with your coworkers. I think that you've basically built, like, a really positive reputation. They will be able to write really good letters of recommendation for you if you're looking for work elsewhere. You have a solid, it feels, base of, like, a relationship with your coworkers. Maybe also with, like, higher-ups or superiors or what have you. But it feels like there are people around you that are that know you and know your character when it comes to your work, and they will be able to vouch for you, because you have like proven yourself really well as a worker. They've seen the positives about you, and so you have you basically have like your pick of the crop, kinda, when it comes to figuring out who to ask for a recommendation. It feels like everyone around you will be able to vouch for you because you are, you basically carry a lot of the skills that are needed in order to, like, transfer somewhere else, I suppose. There are many people that will put in a good word for you, or are willing to, like, vouch for you in a situation should that ever arise, is what I am getting thus far. And then, as for the future... Reverse Moon. First major arcana, and it's only the second reading. Instability. Silence. Okay. So I think that getting that, like, really strong vouch from the people around you, I feel that it looks like the outlook for your career right now is going to be a little bit unstable going forward. If you were planning a big career change, just know that there's a big chance it's going to lack stability. I don't necessarily think that what you have right now is very stable, because again, I'm getting this idea of like transience and like absence of certain things because of how often you have to travel. A career change right now is going to come with overall instability, both career-wise and I think also kind of life-wise. This card is definitely, like, basically saying that it will be a little bit unpredictable. If you are hoping for something that is more stable than what you currently have, I think that even with the, like, strong vouches and recommendations, whatever is coming next is still also not going to be stable. I think you still have a little bit of a ways to go before you can find that, like, more stable, solid, like, I guess stationary kind of position. At least that's the read that I am getting. It feels like whatever you're working on right now is building a really solid base for the future, but the future is still going to be quite unstable. I am sorry if that is not the news that you wanted to hear. But Reverse Moon is definitely like, uh-oh, it's bad. It's like a reversing of the tides, you know? The tides that are looking quite good are thus going to reverse into something a little bit, irregular. I'm sorry, Togenai. Ooh, I wish I could give you better news. Ooh, but I hope that helps in some way. I will reiterate, though, reverses aren't always going to mean bad news. Reverse arcanas, or, like, reverse anything, really, just usually means a different reading from the traditional upright reading. It's not always a direct opposite thing.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you for the tip! You have been added to the queue. I will get to you soon. Although I do have a pretty decent backlog right now, so, keep that in mind. We pray for him. I hope that everything will be okay. I don't have, like, all of the context, obviously, so I can only give advice based on what the cards are willing to tell me and what I know from the requests, so... all we can do is hope that things will go okay. I am rooting for you. Alright, next is going to be that Matt. I am shuffling the cards right now for that question. It's another career question. Should I look for another job in my city or back home? Thinking about moving back home is definitely a big choice. We will see what the cards have to say about that. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Shuffle, shuffle. Not me already almost dropping cards. Can I please lock in? Can I please lock in? Lock in? Yeah, maybe if an outside source tells me to lock in, that will help. You know, in fumbling a bonded pair. Why are you so mean to me? I don't fumble that often. Lock the F in. Lock in. Wait. Hanaki-chan looks so waifu. Me? I look waifu coded? I mean, a little bit. I do think I'm very pretty, and perhaps that is what makes me waifu coded. Would you pull for me in a gacha? I thought we established yesterday that Yuno can't bond with anything. This is literally messed up. Agree? Yes, would. Okay, 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 okay. Happy to hear this. Happy to hear this. I'd pull for you even if you were just one leg. Thanks. You pull, and the only thing that you pull is the leg that has the thigh tattoo. I don't play gachas, but you're cute. I'll take that. I'll take that. What's your kit like? Support-based, probably. Very magic-heavy. Pretty low physical attack. Medium defense. But very high, magical attack. Decent intelligence and wisdom. Kind of low charisma. Pull now, buy the summer skin on rerun. Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. Max Wiggles, also true. Max Wiggles. Sounds like a recent banner for Wuwa. Wuwa. Was it a pretty waifu? Or was it a husbando? When you shuffle your deck in the gacha, it has a 30% chance to explode. It's crazy. Yeah, you go to shuffle and you just have to, like, automatically forfeit the match because your deck exploded. Jover. Okay. I think this is good. All right. Time for that Matt's reading. Should I look for another job in my city or back home? Let's see what the cards have to say. First up is past. Reverse 5 of Wands. Reverse 5. Trickery, contradiction. Okay. So maybe in the past, when it comes to where you have been, like, looking for work and, like, specifically, like, other workplaces that you have been in, it kind of feels like there has been...
What you hear? What a meaningful connection.
Me to myself, please be quiet. I'm talking. Mega Data, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, trickery and contradiction. I'm kind of seeing, like, past workplaces have been not very kind to you. Maybe you feel like you haven't been seen for what you are properly worth. Maybe they have convinced you of things that are not necessarily true regarding you and your worth. I don't know if this is necessarily about your current workplace, but I'm just thinking like workplaces in general, like whatever you've been doing, maybe around the time that you moved from your hometown in order to like find new work opportunities. It's kind of felt like you haven't really been fully appreciated at these workplaces, or they've like convinced you of things that are not necessarily true about you. Contradiction in particular, I feel like you've been kind of tricked into think something about you that is the opposite of what is actually true. I can't necessarily say one way or the other if it's positive or negative, but I feel like there have just been things going on at these workplaces that are just not, like, truthful, not genuine. And it's created some kind of icky experiences with work in that way. As for present, we have reverse 9 of Cups. Sorry, I had to look at the Roman numerals and think about Roman numerals in my head. Reverse 9 of Cups. Truth, loyalty, and liberty. Okay. So it feels like right now, you are in a situation where you feel fairly loyal to maybe your more immediate team. And then there's also like a better sense of truth here. I think this is more so talking about you being truthful. The image of the card is like a guy standing in front of like all 9 of the cups, so it kind of feels like the cups are behind him, like supporting him. I feel like whoever you are currently working with, maybe in your more immediate team, maybe you have a higher up that's been really honest with you, but people have been speaking the truth more often around you than they were in the past. I do think that wherever you're at right now has been a little bit better than your more like further back past. Maybe not necessarily to the point where things are good, but I definitely feel like things have been more truthful here than they have been previously. And then also, like, loyalty and liberty. I think they probably apply in the sense of, like, the people around you do, like, respect you, and like working with you and are, to an extent, loyal to you. And it comes back to that truthfulness of, like, whatever kind of team you're in right now has been one of the better experiences compared to the ones before. According to the cards, anyways. And then as for the future, we have reverse Knight of Pentacles. Okay. Pentacles is, I think, further this way. Reverse Knight. Idleness, stagnation, also discouragement and carelessness. I think regarding the question of looking in the current city or going back home, I think wherever you are right now has been one of the better experiences. I think going forward, though, there is a chance that it could lead to stagnation. I think that because stagnation was the word that showed up, I do think this is an implication that not changing is bad. So I think if you are looking to change, and you are specifically looking to change by going back home, like to the place you were born, I think that change is going to be needed in order to avoid that stagnation. I think staying, as good as the situation might feel right now, I think it is kind of trying to imply that, like, there's a danger of becoming stagnant. I'm not going to, like, directly tell you to, like, quit your job and go back home or anything like that, especially in this economy. I can't give you that kind of advice directly, but it looks like the cards are feeling like there's going to be a sense of, like, idleness and stagnation if you stay, or, like, if things continue as they are. And maybe that could be good, because this has definitely been better than places that you have worked in your past, but I don't think many people enjoy the feeling of being stagnant, no matter how secure, quote-unquote, stagnancy might feel. It might be good to consider change if you're already debating it. And this is just a personal feeling, rather than anything that the cards are saying, but to me, I think the minute you start thinking about a drastic change is kind of when you know that drastic change has to happen. I think if you're at the point where you're questioning it to yourself, it kind of means, like, in your heart of hearts, it is what you want. And even if it's, like, not something you can necessarily accomplish in the immediate, I think you're already kind of, like, putting the pieces into motion to make it happen at some point in the near future. I don't think it's just an idle, like, maybe. I think you're already kind of at a point where you're wanting to do this. It's just a matter of, like, the soonness of it all. But I do think the cards are trying to warn you against some sort of, like, idling or stagnation within your career. There could be decent opportunities if you look in other places. I don't really know specifics about, like, your field and, like, where the jobs usually are for that field. So it's really hard to say for sure, but change seems to be good if you want to avoid that future of, like, stagnation. At least that is the vibe that I am getting. I hope that was helpful. And to drink water. I love doing the tarot reading streams, but boy, do I yap so much during them. I need so much water. That was a workout. Thanks, man. Yeah, I do be working out my brain. What about it? Okay. Next is Egan. Your reading will be next. Kaya Nishikino. Does anyone want to pay $10 so that Kaya can get a reading? Kaya Nishikino. True. Okay. A new season/raid is dropping soon for World of Warcraft. What's the outlook on improving the guild's world ranking? Okay. Kaya Nishikino. Everyone just saying her name. Crazy. Crazy work. A game reading. Kaya who? Nishikino. Nishikino Kaya.
Cute. Do better.
Felix the cat, thank you for sending $10 so that Kaya can have a fortune read. You're gonna have to wait a while, bro.
Cute. Do better.
Daniel Smith, thank you for the $10 tip. Can someone pay Yuno Hanaki $10 to tell me when I'll be fully employed and move out? That's a very real question. The way I get two? Yeah, it looks like some people sent money for, two. Yeah. They're both for you, so if you have a second question. The first question seems to be a career-related question, so if you have a different topic you'd like to ask about, you can ask that as well. Don't ask for her. I smack you. 2 for the price of 2. What a steal. I want to be smacked. Oi. Oi. Can you ping me when it's my turn? I need to run errands. Okay. I got you. Yeah, it's not gonna be for a while. My queue is actually pretty backed up. It's pretty backed up, so it'll be for a little bit. But I'll ping you once we get to you. I got you, homie. Means we get Yuno for 10 hours. Not 10 hours! Just got a million requests right now. Not a million. But they did get backed up pretty considerably while I was doing my initial shuffle. So, that's on me. That's my skill issue. She's accurate, what can I say?
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
I think it's the cards more than me, necessarily, but I do my best to interpret what they say. Also, Felix Kuma Bear, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Skills pay the bills. I've always said this. Q is so full, it's now R. Ha 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 ha. Real. Okay.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Crown Angelo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, Egan, let's do this read for your, WoW Guild. World of Warcraft for you non-nerds in the chat, although I'm pretty sure all of you are nerds. Although I'm pretty sure all of you are nerds. Okay. Pass. Reverse ace of pentacles. I know how to talk. Pentacles. Reverse ace.
Cute. Do better.
Like on my ego, thank you for the $20 tip. You've been added to the queue. I will read what your message says once I get to that part of the queue. Reverse ace. So back here. The evil side of wealth and great riches. How interesting. Reverse ace of pencils. Leave me alone. Okay. Evil side of wealth. I feel like this is basically implying that things have been successful, but perhaps to the point of like arrogance or greed. Because this does say great riches, so to me, I think you guys have done well previously within the game. However, I think it has led to a little bit of like greed, overconfidence, ego. Maybe there was a time where the guild was doing like particularly well and was like riding high when it came to completion of like certain dungeons or like beating certain raid bosses, etc., etc. And I think that's kind of like what the guild has been used to when it comes to previous excursions, for lack of a better term. But it looks like your track record's been quite good before. As for how everybody is feeling in the present, upright Hierophant. Hierophant. We've got a major arcana. Hierophant jump scare. Okay, mercy and goodness. Inspiration. The man to whom the querent has recourse. So, I take that to mean that there is perhaps a central figure within the group, whoever that may be, that everyone has been looking to when it comes to completing like raids or like going through dungeons and all of that stuff. I don't know much about WoW. Forgive me. I'm borrowing the parlance from what I see in the message. But it seems to me that there's, like, perhaps one specific person that everyone's kind of been relying on, and I do think that's usually true for games like this. Like, there'll be one person who's, like, the call leader or whatever. Mercy and goodness and inspiration are, like, the words that are sticking out to me the most from this, because otherwise we're looking at things like marriage. I don't think that's necessarily right. But I am seeing, like, particularly inspiration, I think, is also sticking out here, in my opinion. Perhaps the central figure in the group, has done a really good job so far inspiring and, like, rallying the troops, to participate in the raids and the dungeons and the what-have-yous. And I think that that person is still, like, currently quite active, especially because this card represents the present. I think that we should be focusing on this particular person, and their contributions. I'm saying person because I don't necessarily know if it's a man, but the implication of the card is usually that there's, like, a central guy. Like, there's a particular guy man who, is close to you in particular out of everybody in this guild, maybe. And I think that your relationship with this person will be pivotal when it comes to tackling the upcoming patch. They'll be, like, a very inspiring and, like, motivating force, I think. And then as for future, like, how it'll actually go when the time comes, we have Upright Queen of Swords. I'm pretty sure having an upright sword is good in this situation, for, like, the sake of fighting and combat. But just to be sure, I will still check the description. Upright Queen. Okay, so the words that are sticking out to me are mourning, privation, and separation. Mourning as in M-O-U-R-N. Outlook not so good, Chief. I think that as long as you are still working directly with this, like, key guy, according to the Hierophant, perhaps things will still go well in the inspirational sense, like, when it comes to actually, like, sitting down to, like, complete the ongoing event stuff. But I think that you're going to lose something. I think something will be lost in the course of going through it. Maybe you're not going to be able to grab the particular piece of loot that you wanted. Maybe somebody is going to end up quitting. Not to be super dark, but separation's kind of a word that's sticking out to me a lot here. I think it's interesting that a card related to separation and mourning came up, like, right after I talked about there being a central figure in the group that's, like, a unifying force and, like, a motivator. I don't want to make any assumptions, but it does kind of feel like the cards are implying something might happen with this person to where they're going to want to quit or leave.
Cute. Do better.
But I cannot say one way or the other. I just think that it's interesting that that card came up after us discussing, like, the central figure. I do wonder if things are going to go, like, particularly bad in this run, and it could cause a little bit of, like, friction within the group. I think it will be important to try and mitigate relations between all of the players in this particular, like, go of it. Otherwise, it seems like people might, there might be some, like, infighting and discourse that leads to, like, direct separation. I hope that is helpful. Outlook is not too good, but I believe in you. The future can be changed and all of that. Hanaki, welcome in, welcome in. And also thank you for the tip. You have been added to the queue. Your girl just has a pretty decent backlog right now. I will get to you as soon as I can. I will get to you as soon as I can. Can potentially prevent the bad. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's fully set in stone, but I do think that maybe it'll be important to check in on, like, that central figure guy. Maybe make sure things are all good before you commit to the new content. But I hope it goes well. All right. Next will be Burr. Burr, I hope you are here. This is another career question. Will I be successful in my job searching? I feel so bad. I think it was like this in 2025 as well, but I remember a lot of people were also asking about like career and job stuff that year. It is kind of sad to know that that does not change a year later. Freaking oofies. Why is everyone unemployed? Bro, that's... I asked the same thing. You shouldn't feel bad, the deck should feel bad. The deck is just like, I can't control what people ask for. It's not my fault you guys keep asking about your job, career life stuff. Don't look at me. It seems like it's worse now. I guess it's particularly worse when it comes to things like job hunting and like unemployment stuff. I do think last year it was more so people like wanting to change careers or like wanting to change jobs. But right now I've gotten more questions about unemployment and I'm just like, oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. This job market, huh? This economy. It's bad out here, bro. Meanwhile, I've got mandated 52-hour weeks. Drink some of this water I'm drowning in. Yeah, bro, share with the class. The hell? When are they gonna fix us? I wish I knew. We need freaking employment, bro. Cost of living just keeps skyrocketing. Job market keeps plummeting. Oof. My boss says it's because people don't want to work. Not sure I fully agree. I don't fully agree either. It's more that people don't want to work for fucking pennies. People want to work jobs that actually pay them what they are worth, and also, like, things that can just allow them to survive. I think nowadays a lot of people don't want to just settle for any work. I think they want to make sure that they can actually, like, survive while holding the job. But no, people who are unemployed usually desperately want to work. And it's definitely not for lack of trying. The amount of people who apply to, like, thousands of jobs per day and, like, basically never hear back. All the horror stories about how so many positions are actually just, like, ghost positions that aren't where companies aren't actually planning to hire for them. And they're literally just there to, like, scare existing employees and stuff. God. Dystopian hell earth. It really be like that out here, man. Please squeeze into deck. Please get in here. Ugh. If I make a company and hire all the unemployed people, will be bigger than Google. Trust. Yeah, for real. Trust. Postings that are for already internal employees, but they have to make the post public. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they're not actually hiring for outside workers. They're just trying to put it up for the people to, like, move up internally. I'd be cool with my job if my rate was higher since minimum wage went up. I get it. Like, if you think that you're making enough money that you could feasibly, like, survive, people would honestly be so much happier that way. But that's like half the problem, is that, like, all of these jobs don't pay enough for, like, the increasing costs of living. And then these jobs will then also turn around and be like, why are you not sacrificing every waking moment of your time to taking more shifts?
Do better.
And it's just like, but I don't want to do that because you're barely paying me enough money to work as is, like to work my scheduled hours. Why would I then spend additional time working for you? Make it make sense. So whenever employers say people don't want to work, I just think it's because people's standards are trying to rise because, like, we can't keep settling for shit. People want just, like, slightly better, like, just slightly more livable wages. Especially since I'm full-time and have been working there for a long time. Isn't it the worst when, like, it doesn't feel like your raise is going up despite the amount of hours you put in? Literally sucks. I remember when minimum wage could be a living wage. Yeah, it can be a living wage if you live, like, at home, and if you just, like, don't have expenses ever. People don't want to work at the minimum rate I'm allowed to pay. Yeah, these lazy people don't want to work. Even though I'm not really paying them that well anyways. Freaking ay. Anyhow. Okay. Let's do this read on the job search. Here you go, Burr. I hope you are listening. I'm pretty sure Burr is anonymous, usually. So I hope you are listening still, Burr. Okay. Successful job search. So, passed. Reverse Knight of Wands. We've got the Knight of Wands again, but reverse this time. Reverse Knight is... Division, Interruption, Discord. So I think that in the past when it has come to your job search, it has just caused you nothing but grief. Maybe you have felt torn between a lot of options, but overall, Discord is definitely the thing that's, like, sticking out to me as, like, the key word, the key takeaway. I think that you've probably just felt overwhelmed from, like, all of the options that there are. And from, like, the amount of applications you've had to put in. And then, like, the overall, like, probably lack of response, among other things. I can't assume. I know the struggle because I've been unemployed for years, too. Unemployed, parentheses, self-employed as a streamer. Which is honestly not the most ideal if you're not making a livable wage through it. But, like... The vibe overall that I'm getting is that it was, like, it's just been, like, really bad so far, and it has caused nothing but grief. I see the tarot text on Discord lowered free upload size again. Bro, don't get me started. I had to get Nitro on my freaking VTuber account so I can send files. Starts crying. For present, we have Reverse Hanged Man. It just looks like a guy standing on one leg because since he's reversed, he's not hanging upside down. Let's see. Reverse Hanged Man. Selfishness, the crowd, body politic. Interesting. I definitely think the crowd is probably the word to take away the most from this. I think maybe because of all of the discord that has come from the sheer, like, overwhelm and the divide between all of the different job openings that you've tried to apply for. I think it's been feeling particularly difficult to stand out from the crowd, and I know for a fact that it is difficult to stand out from the crowd when you're applying to jobs, because holy moly, there's just so many people applying to every single open position. And then they use all of those, like, automatic, algorithms that are supposed to, like, scan for the keywords and all of that stuff. It can sometimes feel so difficult to actually stick out enough to, like, make it to the point where you can speak to a person. I feel like that's how things are in the present. It feels like right now the biggest concern is making sure that you are able to stand out from others, either from having like a super star-studded resume or from like being able to like finally get a chance to show yourself in interviews. But the crowd is like a very overwhelming thing. And it just kind of feels like that, coupled with the overall discord of applying to jobs, is just making it awful. I think applying to positions that a lot of other people want is also part of the issue. Maybe you've been looking into companies that are like pretty popular companies within your field. And so everyone's trying to get those jobs because it's a very popular company. Trying to go against the crowd in positions like that can be very difficult for a number of reasons. As for the future, upright, 8 of Swords. 8 of Swords. Let me get to the swords. Bad news. And I'm not saying that as like a precursor for what the reading is. This card literally means bad news. The central figure is a woman who is blindfolded and bound in rope surrounded by the 8 swords. So it's definitely a case of like, there's no hope of escape, and the swords are more of an oppressive force here. They are not guiding you. They are more oppressive in this situation. For lack of a better term, it's going to continue to be hard. And unfortunately, that is just kind of a fact of life within this existing job market. No matter where you are, it's not even necessarily just like a problem in the West. I know that this problem is basically everywhere. But yeah, bad news. So I think you're probably going to get a lot of like direct rejections. Also, there's like a random like tag on here that also mentions like sickness. I don't think that's ideal either. I think it's just, this is just generally going to mean you're probably going to get a lot of job rejections in the coming year. You're gonna have to just do your best and keep trying, but just know that you will receive a lot of bad news. Overall, the vibes are pretty rancid when it comes to job searching, and I think that's just kind of true for a lot of people. But keep at it. The future can always be changed, as I always say. But I do think that there will still be some form of hope, hopefully. I would suggest just like really refreshing that resume. Try to add as many buzzwords as you can related to the things that you've done. It is ethical to lie if it means that you get through the scanner and you can actually like sit in an interview and prove yourself as a person. I wish you luck. I hope that could help if even a little bit. I'm sorry that it's so negative, but like, I can't necessarily blame the cards for that either, because it really is just such a bad freaking market out here, bro. I can only imagine. I keep getting rejections too, because I'm still trying to apply and find a job as well. Oh, it's so bad. Evil, evil job market. I think she's fine, probably a magic trick. You can interpret it that way if you want, but I don't know, man. Omens don't look too good. His selfish ass wanting a job. Yeah, no, real. Thank you for the head pat. Can I ask where I am? I have a night class in 30 minutes. Okay, so I just did Burr. Next is... Well, JV Angelo submitted a tip, but there isn't a message there. So I guess I will have to skip that one. That actually means that you would be now.
Cute. Do better.
Burr, thank you for the $10 tip that just says wild. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good luck out there. But yeah, JV Angelo, if you are here, you didn't include a message in your tip. If you would still like a reading, please say so. Forgot to place a question. Oh, do you have one? If you have one, you can ask now. But if you don't have one, I will be skipping to KJ, especially because KJ has a class in like 30. It's up to you, though. I will still shuffle in the meantime. Returning to old job / career or new career path. Okay, another career question. Got it. You got it. But yeah, KJ, you will be directly after this one. I'll get to it soon. 2026, we all do our masters. You can't get a master's done in a year. Masters is like at least a 2-year program. 2026, we all apply to grad school. I've really been thinking about it more. I'm just like, fuck, man. I'm running out of options for applying to jobs. Maybe I should just get my master's. Shit. Masters in what? Oh, no, I haven't thought that far ahead. VTubing. I don't know if you guys get this, but on my LinkedIn, I do randomly get messages from campuses that are like, get a master's degree in so-and-so field, which is very funny because I don't think that my resume or my employment history mentions anything about these particular fields. I did get one like yesterday that was about like influencer journalism, in the sense of like being an influencer and then using your social media platform to like produce journalistic like content, like journalistic reporting. Apparently that's a master's that's offered at some university now. And I'm just like, damn, they really are trying to come up with like influencer university. That's crazy. Could you imagine me doing a total content pivot into being like a journalistic channel? Crazy world. At the same time, you could learn all you could for a master's outside of university. Oh, absolutely. I definitely think that there are options for like other classes that you could take without necessarily having to commit to like the thousands of dollars that would go into starting a master's program. But a master's looks pretty good on a resume, must be said. Because like nowadays a bachelor's degree doesn't really cut it anymore. Sometimes it feels like most of the like good positions are only looking for people with masters. I have also thought about doing a PhD program just because I have PhD within my like Yunoverse. I've thought about legitimately getting a PhD, but then I just try to think about what I would do my PhD on and I'm like, and I don't know. I do not know what my PhD thesis would be. (2026 to 2030), we all do our masters. Yeah, we smut. Stop. Stop it. I mean, at least it would be fun. At least it would be a fun topic. Imagining having to do a thesis defense on yaoi smut is crazy, though. How to deal with a toxic community? It's one slide. The slide just says you can't, and then I'm like, thank you. I will not be taking any questions. Or it's still just the one slide, but it's a 30-minute highlight reel of how hard you guys fucking roasted me yesterday. And then the second slide is you can't, and then I end it. I was telling Hitomi right before this stream about how fucking brutal you guys were because she didn't get a chance to watch any of my stream yesterday. She popped in to renew her sub and then she left. So she didn't watch any of it. And I was telling her what happened and she was just like, like she had nothing but like fucking pity for me. reverse smartphone brain rot from a recovering BL Fujo. Recovering? Since when have I been in recovery? That's crazy. I don't remember being in recovery. Did she throw in one of her own roasts? No. Hitomi would never actually roast me. That's the problem. She knows me so intimately well that if she were to ever roast me, that would actually be the day that I die. Because she would be able to hit me exactly where it hurts. And but the good news is, because she is so much of a softie, she would never do that. What the fuck do you mean lie? Hitomi is literally so fucking nice to me, it hurts. She could never be mean. Anytime I try to roast myself, she's like, don't do that. Don't say those things about my friend. Like, she's a very delicate little flower when it comes to being nice to me. Why are you guys bullying her again? They roasted me so hard. It was really bad. Kaya, you don't understand. It's been bad before. Yesterday was pretty bad. It's a day that ends in Y. Ooh. Ooh. It was so bad I had to, like, hide under the table, dude. I was being fucking accosted. Okay. Mr. JV, I will read your question again. Returning to the old job / career or a new career path. Okay, got it. Let's see. Past. Upright Knight of Cups. Cups. Arrival, approach, invitation. Okay. So I think in the past with your previous career, you have, like, been offered an opportunity before. Like, you've been offered a pretty good opportunity, within that field. Maybe you just didn't choose to take it back then, but, like, you were... Like, there was just, like, a lot of success that I am sensing here, because a lot of this is about, like, invitation and, like, bringing in of something, arrival of something. So I think that the outlook was pretty good in the past with your previous career path, and maybe an opportunity was, like, lined up for you in some way. And again, I don't necessarily know if it was taken or not, but it feels like overall that, like, path was doing pretty well for you. Surprisingly, a very straightforward read. Pretty straightforward in my humble opinion. This channel has a bunch of BL streams. There's probably a bunch of bi guys here. What the fuck do you mean? I've never done a dedicated BL stream in my life. I've mentioned BL maybe twice. Well, actually, I've probably mentioned BL more than twice, but I have never had a dedicated BL stream here. You have me confused with somebody else. I keep my yaoi to myself, bro. Anytime I try to talk about my ships, I literally keep such a tight lid on it because I do not want to deal with the backlash. Dedicated BL streams. What are you talking about? What do you mean? The way that we lie. Present is upright 6. Yeah, upright 6 of cups. You got another cup. Cups are actually quite good. They're actually quite good for you, Mr. JV Angelo, because, cups is usually a sign of, like, good blessings and, like, positive. It's usually a sign of, like, your wealth and, like, the things that you have in your life that are good. Your assets, your possessions. So getting 2 cups is actually kind of a good sign. But yeah, upright 6 of cups. A card of memories and of the past. For example, reflecting on childhood, happiness, enjoyment, but coming from the past, things that have vanished. Okay. Oh, so because this is set in, like, the present, it's the idea of, like, reflection. I think that you are feeling the way that you are right now about your current, like, career, potential career options is because you're feeling a little bit nostalgic for that past. Perhaps because of that opportunity that was presented to you back then. I think you've been feeling a little bit nostalgic for the good things about that career path and, like, the things that had been set up for you. The memories were really good, and it's causing you to have a lot of reflection for the things that you had before. Maybe a little bit of yearning for the things that you had before. So I think that there is already, like, a sense of yearning for that, past experience. Maybe you regretted not taking that opportunity, and now you're kind of, like, reminiscing on it and how close you were to greatness or something like that. As for your future... Doctor in another country in the process of revalidating here. Oh, I see, I see. We got a doctor in chat. For future, we have upright 4 of wands. Upright 4. Harmony, prosperity, peace, perfected work of these. Okay, so honestly, things are looking pretty good. Things are actually looking pretty good. So, you know, harmony, prosperity. It's interesting that both the present card, which is the upright 6 of cups, and the future card involve someone presenting like a bouquet of flowers to somebody else. I think this does symbolize kind of like the passing of the torch, or like the offering of like something bountiful to somebody else. Perhaps in this case, it's you receiving like a blessing from another person to keep going forward. But it looks like the outlook's pretty good. If you're looking to change careers, it seems like you're going to receive like a blessing. The torch will be passed to you, or perhaps you will pass the torch to somebody else. When it comes to moving forward within your path. I think the outlook is good either way. It looks like prosperity is in your future. I definitely see recognition of like that past opportunity being good. Perhaps you will get the chance to receive it again, or perhaps you're going to receive something of equal value in your new path, depending on the choice that you make. I'm not really getting a read one way or the other about which choice you should make, but the main takeaway that I have is that there was something in the past that was really, really good that you were nostalgic for, and it seems like you're still going to get something quite good in the future, but I don't entirely know if it's related to that past opportunity. But it's something, it's still going to be something good. I hope that that helped. Okay. I'm going to try to be quick because KJ's class is soon and he's next. Been juggling work and studying. Understandable. A very common thing to juggle. I hope it continues to go well for you. I hope that that opportunity is good. Yes, you! It's your turn! I'm gonna try and speed shuffle. My 2026 had a pretty bad start. Can I get an outlook to the rest of the year? Thanks. Okay, general reading. General. You got it. Okay. Morals, skip the masters, get the doctorate. Honestly, there are a lot of programs that allow you to do like combinations that you can kind of be like ahead for both. When I was really considering going to grad school, there was a program that I in particular was looking into that allowed you to do both the master's program and then immediately take what you learned in the master's and apply it towards your PhD. Like, it was basically like a fast track so you could get through both really fast, and I was really considering it. I was deeply considering it. I might go back and look at it again just to reconsider in full. Because I don't know, it might be beneficial. Okay. Let us do this reading. General 2026 reading. Then soon we'll get Dr. Yuno. Yeah, instead of PhD, it'll just be Doctor. Dr. Hanaki. Okay. Path. past. This is, to me, whenever I do general readings like this about a year, when it comes to the past, this is basically like the card that summarizes your 2025. Reverse King of Cups. Reverse King. Injustice, Vice, and Scandal. Obviously not so extreme as these. But Injustice sticks out to me quite a bit. I think that there was something pretty, like, intense that happened in year 2025 that felt like an injustice. 2025 seems to have slighted you, in a pretty, I don't want to say intense way, but it does seem like there were mostly bad things. The vibes were not very good in 2025. Vibes were not great. Was not coming out very well. So I can understand wanting to go into 2026 with like a better outlook and hoping that the year itself will be better. Very understandable. But let's take a look at how things are going right this second. High Priestess. High Priestess. Secrets, mystery, the unrevealed future, the woman who interests the querent. Okay, so if you have a woman that you are interested in, it seems that this is going to be like a key figure in your 2026. Especially like within the moment, maybe you are like looking into relationships. Maybe there's like a specific person that you have like realized you might be interested in some way, shape, or form. But like specifically with this card, when it appears, it's usually referring to a woman if the person who's asking the question is a guy, or a guy if the person who's asking is a girl. So we've got like a central, like the person who is currently interesting you right now. It's usually a girl in this case. Silence and tenacity. We're getting a lot of like mystery as well. It feels like this is implying that the year is very open-ended currently, which makes sense because it's very early. But I think that because the High Priestess is the card that appeared in particular, there's going to be a particular person, more than likely a woman, that's going to have a pretty lasting impact on the year. Maybe however things go with her is going to be the thing that makes or breaks it, but I don't know one way or the other. I just feel like this is a very specific card to be getting this early in 2026. So it might be good to keep an eye on relationships with girls going into the year, if there isn't a specific person you can think of right now. Or if there is, then you might want to keep an eye on that person. As for the actual outlook for 2026, with your future card, reverse 5 of Swords. That is a 5, right? Yep, that's a 5. Reverse 5 of Swords. So interestingly, the 5 of Swords reverse is one of those cards where it means the same thing whether it's upright or reverse. So I will just go ahead and mention what it means when it appears upright regardless. Let's see. Destruction, reversal, dishonor, and loss. Reversed, it means the same thing, but it also adds on the idea of burial and obsequies. But basically, it's not inherently bad. I just think that, like, specifically within this case, there's going to be loss of something. Maybe overall something could, like, degrade in terms of quality. Maybe something will, like, break down in some way. I'm also seeing like loss and also burial. I'm thinking of like maybe something is going to have to be like buried and like left behind, in the sense of like not your body, you're not gonna die. Usually tarot cards do not imply anything specific about death. That's why it always mentions loss instead. And I'm not interpreting this to be death either. To me, I just think that something is going to be lost, But it's not an inherently negative loss. I think that something might degrade over time. I think that something will have to be buried and left in the past. But I don't think that it necessarily means a person, and I don't think it means loss of life. I think it just means loss of something. But it is going to be quite major. But sometimes you have to lose something in order to gain something. So I would still have a mostly positive outlook about all of this. To me, it seems like the cards are saying that your past with the 2025 was not great. But if you are able to focus on like what it's implying about relationships, I think that whatever loss happens within the year is going to be manageable, and you're going to still end up gaining something good. I think that it's still a mostly positive reading. While things are unclear right now, I think that the outlook is still going to turn out pretty good.
Cute. Do better.
Shadow, thank you for the $10 tip. You have been added to the queue. Thank you, thank you. Your new model looks gorgeous. Purple is very pretty on you.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you. I also think it's very gorgeous. Also, Ted Ed GR, thank you for the $10 tip. You've been added to the queue. So go after the lady. Yes, if there is a lady, go after her. Or at least treasure your relationship with her. So, Yuno, don't even try it. You can't even get through that without using the laugh emote. Don't even try. You can't even joke about it properly, bro. You can't even keep a straight face long enough via text. Nice try, though. Nice try, though. Nathan, you're next. Loev. L-O-E-V. Well doing. Yes, of course. How could I forget? Whoops, wrong image. I thought the well done image was on here. Thump up, thump up. Thank you for that. Accidentally flashing the chat. Such is my life. I absolutely thought well done was in here. Girl into loss, he's getting banned by Valentine's Day. Man, what on earth are those implications? The goal is to simply not be weird. Okay. Love question. Loev. I have heard of her. Do. Also, Abyssal JBB is next, but it's a request for my year. So I guess I'll technically be doing for a reading for myself after this one. Which is funny, because I was planning to do a reading for my 2026 at the end. Like, once the queue was, like, finished and nobody else had any questions. But I guess... I guess I don't have to worry about that now. Thank you, though. Super appreciated. But for now... it's time for a love question, guys. Time to interpret things according to love. And romance. You can do it at the end, too. I mean, I can, but if I'm already doing the vibe check for my year at the now, I don't see a point in doing it again. I keep forgetting how other degrees work. My doctorate is a 0 out of 6. I had no degree until the doctorate. Dang. It is kind of crazy that you could, like, skip to doing the doctorate. But I feel like in most places you still have to get the bachelor's first before you can go to, like, the next stage of degrees. I do think it might depend on the school, though. Okay. Love question. Alright, Nathan. Let's see. So, your love life in the past. Reverse 9 of Cups. Did I get upright 9 last time? No, I think it was reverse. So crazy that we got reverse 9 again. Hopes. Truth, loyalty, and liberty. Okay, so to me, this seems like you had a pretty solid relationship in the past. I think you tend to be the kind of person that is very truthful in your relationships. I think the people around you are very truthful in your relationships. There is a strong sense of loyalty, and liberty is more so in the sense of, like, you feel like you are free to be yourself and, like, live as yourself, like, within your relationships. While this isn't necessarily giving me a complete read on a romantic relationship, I think that overall the relationships you've had have been pretty good. They've been pretty lax. I don't want to say loose. That's not necessarily right. But it's more so in the sense of, like, it's been pretty, like, free-spirited, maybe, like, casual in a good way. I just think overall your, like, tendency to communicate with others and, like, be in relationships with others tends to go pretty well because you seem to be a very truthful and, like, free-spirited kind of person. So relationships have gone well thus far. For the present, we have reverse death. He's immortal. I'm kidding. That's not what that means. But we have reverse death. Reverse death usually does have to do with sleeping, though. Sleep, lethargy, somnambulism. So, like, a lot of things involving, like, sleep. Maybe not literally, like, you've just been sleeping through relationships, honkshu me, or, like, sleeping through opportunities. But I think it means maybe you've kind of put relationships more so to rest. In the sense of, like, the romantic side of, like, pursuing relationships has kind of just been, like, put off to the side for right now. Like, you've kind of just been, like, not prioritizing it. That side of you has been staying rather dormant. Just kind of, like, in the back of your mind, like, still present. The desire for romance, I think, is still alive within you. It's just, it just hasn't been as much of a priority as it may have been in the past. These cards are spitting. I've been saying they tend to spit. But that's kind of what I'm getting from it right now. But I think it has still been present within you, this desire for romance. It's just not, it just has not been really at the forefront. But it's not completely, like, dead. You haven't given up, so to speak. And as for the future, we have reverse 5 of Swords. Lots of reverse cards again. Swords. And reverse 5 is right, okay. Dishonor and loss. Okay. So I think, like, within the sense of romance here, and, like, the sense of, like, the burial, I think there might be relationships that you might pursue within the year that you might have to give up on. I think they will not last very long. I think if you are openly, like, going to start, like, re-entering the dating sphere, I think there's going to be a lot of short-term relationships, and
do better.
There's going to be several that like might have a spark of something, but they might very quickly die out. It might be difficult to find something that's, like, particularly long-term. Is kind of what I am getting from that. And there is a chance that some could, like, dishonor you. Maybe they'll be disrespectful of you and your time. Maybe it's one of those situations where you try to meet up for a date, and they, like, don't show up on time, or they're, like, really, really late. Yeah. Something like that. Is kind of what I'm getting. I think that there's going to be several opportunities for like love within the year, but many of them might not shape out well. But I wouldn't be disheartened by that. Hopefully you will find the things that do go well. And also, yes, I do have upright cards. I've done several readings that have upright cards. It's just that a lot of times they end up reversed because of the shuffling. That's the point of the game, baby. I hope that helps. Abyssal J, thank you for your request. I will do my 2026 vibe check now. Mystic Tony's will be after. And then we have Kaya's 2 readings, so I'm gonna have to ping Kaya after these next 2. And I know she had a question about her career primarily, but I don't know what her second question is gonna be. They're right next to each other, so she gets to ask twice.
Baya papaya.
And that's her. That's her full name, government name. Baya Papaya Nishikino. Kaya Nishikino. Yeah, you. You're up in like two more. I'm doing one for myself right now because it was requested. There's one more after that, and then your 2 questions. Just so you're aware, I'll ping you in a bit. She went from melon to papaya? Yeah. Gonna go through all the fruits in the basket sooner or later. I think someone asked a 3rd one for me. That is not true. That is not true. At least I don't think so. I swear to God. Oh, no, actually, you're right. Yeah, someone donated for 2. It's both for themselves and also for you. And apparently they want to be able to switch outcomes with you. So if I do a reading for them and they don't like it, they want to be able to switch it so that you yeah. But no, you're right. There is technically 3. I'll just read you what it says, but it says, do one for me and Kaya. She's unexploded right now. My last reading was from Green Yuno, who told me to not play the lotto. Also, I have the ability to switch outcomes with Kaya because I played a win. Is what it says. So, I guess that means if you get a good result, they're gonna take it. Refund it right now! I can't! Tips are non-refundable! It's over. It's never been more over. Stop. I want that reading. Stop mine now, actually. It's how the cookie crumbles. I don't know what to tell you. Give me that person's PayPal. I don't know. Let go my ego. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this? I'll give 20 for Kaya's PayPal. Just go to her StreamElements page, bro. You can donate right to her. Okay. Let me go back to the actual one I'm working on.
Cute. Do better.
Dave, thank you for the $10 tip. You have been added to the queue. I will get to yours, soon-ish. I'm still looking at, requests that came in from like an hour ago. Never. Okay, understood. I'm sorry, man. They've spoken. This is how the crumble cookies. Are you trying to make my life harder? Crazy shenanigans in the Yuno Hanaki chat tonight. Been napping while listening to these readings and now my neck is sore. I think my own outcome was never in the cards. Oh no. Sorry about your sore neck. Very fair though. I do know that the tarot reading streams tend to be quite cozy. Very cozy experience overall. Okay. This is a reading for my 2026. Boy, oh boy. Okay. The card that represents my 2025, the Magician, upright. That's crazy because the Magician is my, like, soul arcana. That's a bit crazy. Skill, diplomacy, pain, loss, disaster. Yeah, no, that's real. That's real. I think it was a mix of all of those things. Yup. Yup. That is pretty accurate to my 2025. Thanks, cards. Fuck you. Also, they probably are using the Magician because they know that that's, like, my representative arcana. And I'm just like, yeah, thanks. Are you gonna give me Magician for the rest? That you can't do that. They're so mean to me, man. Present. Reverse 2 of Cups. Cool. Get Cups, which is good. Get Reverse Cups, which is usually not good. False love, folly, and misunderstanding. Misunderstanding is interesting. I'm trying to think how misunderstanding applies to me in the immediate. Because that's the word that definitely appeals the most to me. I'm not in love with anybody right now, so false love has nothing to do with me. I'm not really sure about folly.
Cute. Do better.
Misunderstanding, though, is probably the one that's the most accurate. That was yesterday? What do you mean that was yesterday? There goes Yuno's love life. I wasn't asking a love life question, so it's fine. Also, I haven't been looking for love at all recently, so... Anyways, misunderstanding is probably the most relevant one to my current life circumstances, but I'm not entirely sure how it applies right now. She's given up. You guys are so mean to me. This sucks, man. I just exist. All right, whatever. Well, apparently there's been a misunderstanding in the first month of 2026. What's the outlook for the rest? Upright 10 of Wands. Okay, fair. We confirmed that yesterday. 0 sandless, waveless one. You guys are so mean to me. Okay, 10 of Wands. Oppression, simply, but also fortune, gain, any kind of success. The place which the figure is approaching may suffer from the rods that he carries. Okay. So I think it's basically saying 2026 is gonna be a bit rough. And I'm gonna have to, like, the things that I'm trying to carry with me through 2026 might lead to suffering in the future. Like, the place where I'm going with them might, like, suffer from me carrying those things forward. But it does seem like overall things are... There is going to be some sort of gain and, like, success. You're playing life on hard mode. I know, man. I'm really struggling out here. The cards are basically saying, hey, man, taps you on the shoulder. Your life sucked in 2025. In 2026, it's also gonna be pretty hard, but you might get something out of it. There might be good things in the future, maybe, probably, I don't know. Keep your chin up. But this always happens to me when I read these fucking cards. 2025 again. Well, the thing is, too, the Magician is my representative card, so it's definitely, like, I was at my, like, most core self in 2025, and now I'm gonna be struggling again. This month is full of misunderstandings. The rest of the year, I'm gonna be fucking struggling and having to carry my weight. I can't tell but I donated for a reading. Did it go through? Yes, it did. I saw the notification. I saw the, I saw your name pop up. You are in the queue, but my queue is pretty long right now, so I apologize if it takes a bit for me to get to you.
Cute. Do better.
Don't worry, I know things are bad right now, but it's gonna continue until morale improves, literally. That is, in fact, literally what is happening right now. It's crazy out here. Freaking hep me. But it's fine. The cards are just like, yeah, man. Continue to suffer. But you will eventually suffer and it will allow you to stumble into success. And I'm like, alright, I guess I'll take that. At least there's an actual promise of there eventually being reward. I just have to struggle to get there. Mystic Tony, if you are still here, it is your turn. It seems that you're asking for a general reading. Not sure what my future will be. Here goes nothing. What's thy wisdom? Yuno, I got you. Eventually you won't even notice the suffering. Ooh. Too much cob energy. Roasted into oblivion. Told that I will never get beaches. I mean, luckily I wasn't planning to look for romance, so I don't necessarily have to be upset about the fact that the cards said I'm gonna be bitchless. I don't have to necessarily be sad about that because I wasn't planning to look, but it is a little bit rough to just be told that randomly. Cards just randomly being like, by the way, no bitches. Sometimes. Beachless, but not copeless. There is still some form of cope. Cards release said yesterday was the prophecy. Apparently all of you were gifted by Apollo. The beauty of romance is you were not expecting it. The beauty of romance is that the cards said that I can't have it. But I'm also not looking for it, genuinely. That's why I think it's so funny that everyone was just focusing on that so hard yesterday. I'm not even looking. Why do we care about that so much? I'm not even looking. I never even said I was looking. But chat's just like, we have to let her know that she has negative riz. She has to be made aware. As I'm just like, okay, man, shit. I'm just playing otome games. Leave me alone. Leave me be. I actually started a new otome game kind of recently. The common route is really fucking long. So it's probably gonna be a while before I even get to a point where I can date a boy. But the common route is 8 chapters. Like, 8 decently long chapters. It's crazy how long it is. I don't know why it needs to be full of this much information. I didn't think the plot was going to be that, like, heavy. I thought the prologue for Bustafellows was pretty long. But this one's pretty freaking long. Yuno's negative Riz. She took out a loan to buy the vowel and guessed you. No. No. Nightmare world. Okay. General reading. Mystic Tony, I hope you are still here. I'm sorry it took a while to get here. I always gap in between the card readings like this. But here is your general reading. Past. The card that represents your 2025. Reverse Page of Wands. Let's see. Page of Wands, reverse. Announcements. Evil news in particular. Indecision and instability. Okay.
Cute. Do better.
Tobito, thank you for the $4.20 tip. Haha, nice. I will read the message a little later. But yeah, so I think in 2025 there was some like bad news that came. Or not even just bad, evil news. I think that's like a step above. I think that in 2025 you received some pretty devastating news. Pretty devastating thing was announced and presented to you. The vibes were not great. Indecision. So I think that like because the vibes were so rancid in 2025, it led to a lot of indecision when it came to like some major life-related choices. Overall, 2025 was not very good to you. I think I'm noticing that as a pattern for a lot of people when it comes to these general readings. I'm getting cards that are just like, hey, 2025 sucked balls. Seems 2025 was a very bad year. Not great. Not great. But let's see how things are looking right now at the start of 2026.
Cute. Do better.
Lyrics the cat, thank you for the $20 tip. I will read the message shortly. Okay. So for your present, Upright Emperor. The Emperor. That's a pretty good major arcana to get in the beginning. Stability, power, protection, conviction, and reason. So I feel like things are looking very solid. To me, whenever I see the Emperor appear, I feel like it's like a representation of feeling very like solid and grounded. I think it's usually a sign of like, really good things. Obviously the idea of like protection. I think whatever is going on right now is like, you're building something very strong foundationally, and I think that it's like, it's a really strong start. This is like a good omen. I don't know how else to articulate it. But if 2025 was not ideal because of the bad news, I think you've basically received a form of protection, quote unquote, that will like prevent it from getting too bad going forward. I think things are good in that sense. It looks like January is starting off on a pretty good foot. Maybe you've like found better conviction and like resolve for the year. Maybe you've got pretty solid goals that you've set, like resolutions. But everything's looking pretty good. The Emperor is a good sign. Having the Emperor on your side is good. And as for the rest of 2026, Upright King of Cups. I don't know, man. It looks like things are coming up roses for you. King of Cups. It usually involves a lot of like creative energy, like the creative, like the arts and the sciences, like people who create, people who invent. Like a lot of that kind of energy is embodied by the King of Cups. And I always say this too, cups is a good sign of like fortune, wealth, abundance of things. So it kind of seems like 2026 is going to be full of like good amounts of like abundant creative energy. I think that there's going to be a lot of like inspirational energy here.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Charmaine, I think is how to say it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I love your VTuber and your setup. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Welcome in. Chow mein like the noodles. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought it might be chow mein, but I thought that it might be wrong. So I was like, Shaw? But no, thank you. I appreciate it. Chow mein it is. Thank you, thank you. King of Cups, the Stanley variant. King of the Stanley Cups. But yeah, it looks like 2026 is actually going to treat you quite well. A lot of the vibes are pretty positive. Because the King of Cups can also mean, like, a man of business, a fair person, someone who's, like, very responsible. It looks like things are really, really good. Hopefully that was a good reading for you. It seems like you're not here anymore, and that's understandable. I've taken a long time to get through these. But I hope you still enjoyed it. Okay. Alright, next is Kaya. I have to go ping Kaya. I just checked DMs because I was going to ping her and make sure she's ready for her reading. She was like, I have a confession. I skip over otome stories and look up online cheats to see the art. Thank you, goodbye. Why would she say this to me? This is the saddest thing I've ever read. No. Jail time. Jail for unit mate. I need to put her in jail. She just openly said she's rage baiting me. This is so fucked. Yes, greetings. Hello. Your first request is for your career, specifically like when you're going to get a full-time job so you can move, right? Is that how you worded it? I forget. The cards will bring her karma. We'll see. Correct? Okay, got it. Is that better or worse than downloading gacha PNGs from a wiki? No, download the gacha PNGs from the wiki. That means you're not spending money. But like, why would you bother to buy the otome game if you're not gonna read it? Most of the time, otome games are literally just visual novels. You don't get any value out of them besides the reading. Why would you skip through them? This is crazy. Always punished getter cards. I like how you guys are rooting for my tarot cards to be mean. Also, remember, Miss Kaya, you technically have 2 questions that you can ask after this. So after I do the career reading, you can ask for either like a general reading, you could ask for a love reading, you could ask for I don't know. You can ask specific questions and I can try to help, but can I give my bad readings to Ego? I don't know. When I read, I'm reading for one specific person. It's not usually something that I can like pass off to another person. Showed up, confessed to lacking whimsy, and left. No, she's just saying these things to be mean to me. She's just doing this to be mean and evil. It really do be like that. It really do be your own best friends. This is so sick. It's fine. I will be the one in Mialun who reads. I will be the reader. Okay. Alrighty. Me, when I read a book, I will be the one who reads? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's do this. Are there any ultimate coloring books asking for your friend? I don't know. I don't think so. Anyways. Okay, past. Upright, 9 of Pentacles. Let's see, upright 9. Prudence, safety, success, accomplishment. So it looks like the job search in the past, did leave you with a sense of accomplishment. Not necessarily like 2025 job searching, but I think that like in past experiences, you found something that was like very satisfying and like left you with a sense of accomplishment. Prudence usually means that you were like kind of discerning with what you were doing and you were very purposeful. Like every thing that you did regarding your job search, I guess in this specific case, was done with intention. It wasn't just kind of like throwing things at a wall. It was all very, very purposeful. And perhaps you were staying safe by like staying within like the box of like general like jobs that were very specifically in your field. Like very specific positions. I think the specificity might have paid off really well. The way you were approaching like job searching and finding employment before was like very specific, and it did lead to things that were pretty good. But as we all know, they were temporary because you're still searching now. So whatever method you were using in the past, though, does seem to have worked really well for you. Present. Upright 6? Yeah, upright 6 of Cups. 6 of Cups. So this is usually... this has shown up upright in another reading, so I'm gonna kind of repeat it. But when it shows up in the middle like this, it tends to mean that you are nostalgic for the card of the past. Whatever the past was, there's like a sense of looking at it with like nostalgia. Like it's a past like happy memory that you kind of miss. I'm guessing you are missing when you had that position. I'm guessing there is a part of you that is yearning for a job of like similar scale and scope. You could be missing like any aspect of it, not necessarily the job itself, but there's definitely like a core to it that you are missing, and you're like looking back at it with that sense of like happiness and fulfillment. And it's also something that has vanished. Like you're looking back on it with the knowledge that it is something that like left and that you can't go back to it. But you know, there's also a chance that this could mean like thinking about like being in a new environment and having received new knowledge. Maybe you're looking back on this past with like from the lens of somebody who has like now fully experienced it, like having been far enough removed from it that you're starting to look at it with a different perspective. And you're like gaining something different from it, and you're like in a position now where the things you're looking for are also going to be different because of that experience. But I am getting that sense of like nostalgia and like yearning for whatever the past work experience was, whatever part of it. There is still something that you are yearning for from it. As for future, how it's gonna look going forward, upright 2 of Pentacles. 2 of Pentacles is back here. Gaiety and recreation. So usually like relaxation. Gaiety in the sense of like happiness, for the record. Not gaiety as in gay. But it's like happy vibes. Recreation is in like relaxation and like hobby time, like that kind of thing. It feels like going forward there's going to be like more good and fun things going forward. Like maybe there will be more time for hobby stuff. It seems to be emphasizing like hobby could be good. My joke got explained? Yes. And she's just like, gay? I zoom? But yeah, like, the card itself is like a fool playing with like a toy, kind of. Like the two pentacles are on either side of this toy and they're tied by a ribbon in like an infinity loop. So to me, it seems like there has to be like a harmonic balance between like the recreation and the silliness and then also like the work. I think in this particular instance is what we're looking at here. Whatever you were doing in the past is going to be a similar method that you should look for this year when it comes to your job searching. And I think you will eventually be able to like find something of equal or perhaps greater caliber. And it will lead to the proper like work-life balance you might be looking for that will allow you to like re-explore hobbies and other recreational activities, but also balance your work in a way that will allow you to have more fun. So outlook is looking, I would say, pretty good. At the very least, I think that the cards are suggesting that there's going to be a way to balance work and recreation. So I guess you just gotta keep doing what you're doing. Nepotism, I mean, I guess. If it works, it works. I think the cards are basically saying if it ain't broke, try again. So maybe you can get something out of it, who knows? Okay, do you have a second question you would like to ask? You can pick whatever. If nepotism isn't working, marry and double it. If nepotism isn't working now, marry someone and then get them to nepo hire you into someplace else. That's how we do it around here, baby. Marry into wealth. How likely is it that I'll marry into a rich family and rot forever? So a love question. Okay, got it. I'll try. It's a very specific question. We'll see what the cards have to say. I swear to God, if these cards roasted my ass randomly for having no bitches, and then I do a love reading for Kaya Nishikino and the cards are nicer to Kaya Nishikino, I don't know how I will feel about that. I think it'll truly be proof that these cards hate me. I know how I would feel. I'm glad that you know how you would feel. It's good to be aware of our own feelings. It's good to have emotional intelligence. Smile. Ha. Okay. At that point, I'd label the cards cursed, exorcise them, and get a new deck. I've been meaning to get a new deck anyway. Not that I'm looking to replace these. But having more than one deck can actually be better for tarot reading. I feel like I'm eventually gonna reach a point with these cards where they're like, sick of my shit for real. Did you buy these cards yourself? Because I'm sure that's supposed to be a bad thing. I did not, no. I received these as a gift for my birthday one year. It was a couple of years before I joined Kawaii that I received these cards as a birthday gift. I received them from Hitomi, actually. They're working as intended then? Yep. Yep. They're just very sassy. Then they'll excuse your homing off to recapture them, and Kyle will put you in 100 different outfits. I would love to be Sakura from Cardcaptor Sakura, actually. Okay. Love question for Miss Baya. Past we have... Upright Knight of Wands. If my love reading is good, I'll buy you a new deck. That's crazy. Alright, noted. Let's see. Upright Knight. Departure, absence, flight. So... I got this in someone's career reading earlier. I'm going to try and reread it in the impression of romance. Let's see, departure, absence, flight. Honestly, not ideal. So no beaches. I love how quickly everybody's just like, yikes. I mean, yeah, it does kind of seem to imply that, love leaves. There are a number of times where either you or the other person in the relationship just, left. There's definitely a sense of absence, Perhaps partners have been absent, they have not been fully attentive to you and your needs. Perhaps you have not been able to be as attentive. I can't really put blame on any one person, but there's definitely a sense of, like, things have ended, people have had to leave. Absence is definitely one of the stronger words in this situation as well. It's not great. The person that's actually depicted is a pretty friendly guy. So to me, this reads as, like, not necessarily negative. I think it just means that, like, love has been pretty flighty in a lot of ways. Like, there hasn't really been enough, like, long-term, like, staying, long-term committing in that regard. Okay, as for present, upright Page of Swords. Let's see. Page of Swords is authority, oversight, vigilance, examination. So I think that this means now when it comes to approaching relationships and like what you are kind of looking for in a partner, you're very vigilant about them. I don't want to make assumptions directly, but it kind of reads to me as like you do like the big social media deep dive if they have a presence there, and you're just like, I have to know everything about this person that I can find prior to like going out with them. Like, you want to understand the ins and outs of the person. You're really trying to like look into everything from looks to like their career. Do they have like a lot of pictures with friends? Do they have an active social life? Are they close to their family? Whatever values you might have in a relationship, you kind of are trying to make sure that a potential partner has a good number of those qualities before even trying to approach them. And I guess it could also be about looks too, but overall the main idea seems to be like you do a lot of information gathering on a person the minute they spark your interest, so that you can ensure that they are actually worthy of said interest, is the vibe that I'm getting. I think you tend to really look for all of your ideal qualities in a person, because due to the amount of absences and like people who have left in the past, you're wanting something more long-term now, so it makes sense that you're trying to like weed out all of the potential negatives and only look for like the best potential options, because of the context of your question, in which you're looking for somebody rich. You're specifically looking for people that are rich. You're being very critical, and you're looking for people that have like a job, and you're looking for people that seem to have like long-term career prospects. Maybe they've got like a really solid educational background that will allow them to get a decent job. I think that's part of like the extreme the most extreme, like, core trait that you've been looking for so far. And as for the future, which is like where we actually see if we can answer your question, upright moon. We've got the moon. Interesting that you pulled the moon and you're in Mialoon. Okay. Hidden enemies, darkness, deception, and error. I don't think you're going to find somebody who is rich. I think this is implying that the more you try to focus on things like how much they make in their job, the lucrativeness of their job, things like that, it's not going to be all that it seems to be. I think that there's definitely going to be some deception going on in that regard, or it's going to seem deceptively good, like almost too good to be true. I think if your focus is purely on the wealth of the potential partner, not a good choice. Not a good choice, not a good move. There's going to be something there that's going to be an extreme drawback, for sure. So I would not do that, ideally. It's gonna be an AI bro. Oh god, not an AI bro. Truly a nightmare. But yeah, that's, it looks to me like it's saying you're probably not going to find an inherently rich person, or if you are focusing on rich people, there's going to be a lot of drawbacks. There are going to be things about them that are bad. So, you know, maybe don't focus on the wealth of a person. It's still good to try and, like, look into them and make sure that everything is, you know, kosher before committing to a relationship, but if you were to look specifically for rich families, the cards are saying that is yikes. That will lead to big yikes. I hope that is something. Okay. No new tarot cards. Yeah, no new tarot cards. It's okay, though. I'm fine with this current deck. I will do some shopping for my own new deck in the future. Okay. Next is Let Go My Egos, who is the person who asked for a reading for themselves and one for Kaya. So I'm gonna do the reading for them first. I don't know if Kaya has a third question. So if you need time to cook one, I will do Ego's reading first. I think they just want a general reading because they mentioned that their last reading from Green Yuno was about how I said not to play the lottery, which sounds like me. That sounds about right.
Cute. Do better.
Itomi! Thank you for the $10 tip. You have been added to the queue. I will get to yours in a little while. This backlog is kind of crazy. Ooh, okay, that's a good question. I will ask the cards after I do Ego's. I hope you are listening, Mr. Ego. Mr. Ego of the Waffle. But I will do Kaya's third question after I do Ego's. Opposite side of Canada underground. Okay. Alright, I'm glad you're here. Fortune reading business is booming. A lot of people want to know what their 2026 outlook is gonna be. I can't say that I blame them. It's kind of good to hear, even if, like, you don't really have a solid question directly. It can be helpful to, like, hear what the cards are thinking is going to happen for you. Okay. I'll try to speed these up a little bit so that I'm not taking too much longer. Okay. General reading for Ego. last card that represents 2025. Reverse Tower. New card just hit. Reverse Tower. Oppression, imprisonment, and tyranny. I imagine that this means that 2025 made you feel rather trapped. Probably more so in the metaphorical sense. Potentially in the literal sense, I wouldn't know. But there's definitely a feeling of, like, being trapped. I think that, like, maybe things were extremely stagnant. Maybe it just kind of felt like you weren't really able to find, like, a proper escape from things. But yeah, it's, the overall feeling I'm getting about 2025 is that it felt like you were trapped. And then it kind of felt like there was no hope of escape. This card also means, like, it's upright meanings, but, like, in a lesser extent. So things like distress, ruin, adversity, overall really bad. Once again, a lot of the readings for about 2025 in a nutshell tend to be pretty negative. People did not have good 2025s. Relatable. Reverse tower, so a huge pit? No, reverse tower as in, like, instead of the tower being upright, it's flipped on its top. As for the present, reverse lovers.
Reverse lovers, so enemies?
If you keep making the same joke over and over, it'll get predictable, bro. So reverse lovers means failure and foolish designs. I think that starting this year, like in January, maybe you tried to take like a big leap to change the trapped feeling that you had from 2025, and it didn't go very well. I think there was like something bad that happened both in the design and also like the execution of like the plan. But it just feels like things are starting out kind of on the wrong foot here, for sure. Getting more reverses than a game of Uno. I don't know what it is about my deck, but there are a lot of cards where like the reverses will kind of be all together in a row, and then the uprights will kind of be all together in a row. I think it's just because I'm really bad at shuffling cards. I do my best though. And then as for the rest of 2026, reverse 10 of swords. Yuno Hanaki, that is not the first time that joke has been made, and it probably won't be the last. Probably will not be the last. Reverse 10, advantage, profit, success. But none of these are permanent. Okay. So I do think that this year is going to lead to good things, but as the description says, all of that stuff is not going to be a permanent fixture. You are going to have moments of success and moments of like good favor, both for yourself and probably also for others, but it's not going to last. That said, wins are still wins. While you might end up having some losses alongside them, this does mean, like, the implication is still that there's going to be good things that occur. So, outlook is looking pretty okay. I don't know what specific things you're looking to accomplish within the year, but it does seem like there are going to be some wins. So, whatever you are hoping to accomplish in the year, I still think you should go for it. You will receive some dubs. There are a few dubs in the future. Okay, and now Kaya's last question. It's so funny that Kaya got 3 people to provide for a question. You do not need to trade with me. We'll see. Technically, Ego said whatever you get, they get to claim. So, if your reading ends up being better than theirs, technically it could still be anyone's game. Technically. We'll see how it goes, though. Okay. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Keiko's gonna move to Canada, I guess. Maybe. Become maple. I mean, an Eggo waffle would go pretty good with some maple syrup. Ba-bum-ch. Might have to get used to poutine then. God, I fucking love poutine. Don't post the cricket emoji! This is so fricked! Can't even make a simple pun. I'd actually prefer to get tomatoed than get cricketed. Shit's so ass, bro. Yes, poutine. I love poutine. It's so freaking good. There used to be a restaurant in Onigashima where I could get poutine from them. And the one time that I got it, it was literally so good, it lived in my head rent-free. It was so good. But they stopped offering delivery, so I can't get it anymore. You know, Hanaki want to move to Canada? Honestly, I've had the thought before, although I feel like it's only going to get harder. Onigashima is cracking down in so many ways on people, like, leaving that I'm like, I don't know what the odds even are for me anymore. You know, Hanaki, we can be roomies? Oh, Jesus. I don't know if I can handle that. All the love in my heart. I think if you and I lived in the same place as each other, we would actually kill each other in Minecraft. That's so rough. Poutine should be available for all. I've always said this. But the content, though? I mean, I guess. Is this the love reading already? No. I am doing a reading on if, Kaya should move to the opposite side of Canada. I'm actually so cool to live with. I mean, I'm sure you would be a cool roommate. I'm joking about how silly our banter would probably get. The amount of times that I would be streaming and you would just be like, time to cause problems. I don't hate you! Stop! I could never hate you. You are my bestie. I meant Kaya's love reading coming true. Blech. Again, you're about to see her barf in real time. Give her like 10 seconds. Barf. See, I told you. You're what now? Hi, Hitomi. Am I being abandoned? No! You would just have to come with me to Canada if I ever decided to move. We would just have to go together and then we would live with Kaya. It would be a good deal, Kaya, trust. Hitomi's a decent cook. And I know you also can cook, so you wouldn't have to cook all of the time. This would mostly be a win for me. I would be well fed. Smile. Yes, I know you can cook too, but what I'm saying is because Hitomi can also cook, you guys don't have to only be the one person cooking. This is mostly a good deal for me, because I get to eat a lot of yummy food. You know, Hanaki, winning again. Okay. opposite side of Canada question equals all. Okay. First card is Reverse Hanged Man. Again. I have pulled this before, but I still have to refresh myself on the meaning. Selfishness, the crowd. Okay. In regards to moving, I guess maybe, like, selfishness is feeling like the problem. Maybe either the decision to move or not to move is being perceived as, like, internally selfish. Maybe you feel like the desire to move is out of, like, a selfish desire, like, for selfish gains. And it could also mean, like, feeling some kind of pressure. Maybe the place that you're living now feels, like, very crowded, because it references, like, a crowd as well, like, pressure from, like, outside people. Maybe there's, like, pressure from people within the area you currently live as well that's, like, making you feel like you need to leave, and, like, leave quickly. I just want money, man. No, I feel you. I also just want money. Present. Upright death. So, of course, because it's death, it means things like end, destruction. I think this is basically saying if you were to start planning to move, like, right now within the immediate time, it would involve a destruction of your current way of life. I think that things would have to, like, kind of crumble. You'd have to make a lot of sacrifices and be willing to, like, let go of and, like, in some ways destroy a lot of existing things in order to be able to leave feasibly. And it would definitely be putting, like, an end to something, like an end of whatever is going on right now kind of vibe. Social explode. I don't know about explode, but things will end and it will be a little bit destructive. And then for the future, Reverse Fool. You got 3 major arcanas for this. That's kind of heavy. But Reverse Fool, negligence, absence, carelessness. So I think it's basically saying that if you were to move to the opposite side of the country, it's being viewed as kind of like a careless move, like you're doing it out of, like, impulse. And it's going to be viewed as, like, pretty negative. It's going to have some pretty negative consequences if you were to do it. I think specifically in the sense of, like, you should be way more prepared and you definitely should not be considering to move right now. I think the cards are saying it's definitely not immediate. If moving is in the cards for you, it's not going to be now. You're gonna have to wait a little while longer. Also, I do think that moving across a country can be a pretty difficult venture, so... They're like, don't do it now. It's going to be really, really bad for you. Your cards are so nice to me. At least they're nice to somebody. Because they are never nice to me. They are never nice to me. But at least they can be nice to someone. I am glad to hear that. Okay. Give me, like, 2... Well, maybe not 2. Give me, like, 5 minutes. I gotta go to the little Oni room. And also refill my water and stuff, because I have been... yapping. Jube is next. And then after Jube is Tuki. And then... there's, like, a whole bunch of people after that. Oh, God. But yeah, him. Jube, you will be next after I come back from my little break. I will return shortly, though. Where is my Suno? There it is. Suno! I will be back soon.
Cute. Do better.
Hello. I received a message from Hitomi while I was gone that said that I missed something, so I'm gonna go check. Ah, okay, yes. Once again, Kaya has been added to the queue. I cannot escape, apparently. That's funny. I apologize that the sign covered the alert. Probably may be important, yeah. I think that's why she told me. But yes, thank you. I will get to that, obviously, later in the queue. There are several before I get to that one. Needs answers that only the cards can provide. Yeah, she got provided 3 chances to ask a question, and now she's also got a 4th. Sasuga Kaya Nishikino. This one is important. Reverse Hanged Man, Reverse Death, and Reverse Fool. Yikes, selfish perspectives lead to a bad beginning for a foolhardy adventure. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Has Hitomi had a tarot yet? Hitomi is in the queue. She did, put herself into the queue. It's just later. I'm very behind. I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to be a little bit faster with my shuffling as well. But yes, she's in the queue. As a refresher for people who might have forgot, I'll be doing, Jubes next. And then after that is, Tuki. And then, Burr donated just to say wild, so that one doesn't count. Then next is Shadow, then Ted Ed GR. Then Admin Wonder, then Dave, then, Tobito, and then Reva X, and then, Ferrix, and then Hitomi, and then Kaya. So, I got a list. I'll get through it, I promise. Honestly, I thought I was going to be finished a lot sooner. I appreciate it, though. I'm glad that everybody, actually wants to hear what the cards have to say. But let's go back to the... We're back onto Jube's question. Okay, so Jube asked, Fortunes, can I ask about my gacha/TCG pulls? If not, finances. No, you can ask about, gacha pulls. It's going to be general, though, because you didn't ask for a specific, gacha thing. But I'll try to do, like, a general luck reading. Gacha luck. Six-hour stream. I mean, if I actually took my time with the yapping that I tend to do in between readings, or if I spend a lot of extra time yapping during the readings, it could probably get pretty long, but I don't think it'd be 6 hours. Finances are gacha readings. I suppose they could be tied together. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Okay. Alright. Let's do the... Let me snooze ads real quick. Snooze the ads. Okay. Boop. 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 Alright. Gacha luck reading. Starting with past. Upright 10 of Cups. Do 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 do. 10 of Cups. Contentment. Repose of the entire heart is the other option, but contentment obviously seems to be the more prevalent answer for this particular situation. I'm guessing when you have done gacha pulls in the past, not necessarily just in 2025, but maybe like a little bit in general, like your past gacha experiences, you don't really pull for the sake of like abundance. You're definitely just pulling for the contentment and like the satisfaction of like, okay, I got one copy, I'm good. Like you're not really the type to go for broke, or at least that's not what the cards are saying. Even if you are, it seems like you tend to get the results that you are looking for. You're pretty content with what you've got. I would say you are like a modest puller, perhaps like dolphin level. You're willing to put in a little bit of money if it's a unit you're really, really looking to pull for, or a card you're really wanting. You're willing to do a little bit of investment, but for the most part, you're pretty content with what you've got. Your overall perspective towards like what you have is satisfied. The image on the card is of like two parents and like their kids playing beside them while they're looking up at the 10 cups in the sky. So to me, that means like a lot of personal fulfillment has like already been reached in terms of like cards and like units and things that you have. Like there's a pretty much like set harmony within your collection. Whatever you pull for, you pull with intention, and you tend to get what you want. Current, like, present feelings about gacha. Upright 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands. Some attributions say it is a card of gold, gain, and opulence. Perhaps you are doing pretty well in terms of gathering currency. Maybe, if you are more so free to play than you are in terms of, like, investing real-world dollars, maybe you've been doing a pretty good job of farming, completing your dailies, earning daily currency that lets you save up for big pulls. So maybe you feel pretty content in terms of, like, the actual wealth that you have for gacha activities, like, for pulling. Could also mean that you've been saving money for, like, trading card packs. Like, basically, I think you've been saving up well, and you're, like, prepared for whatever the year is going to throw at you in terms of, like, limited cards or, like, limited gacha units or whatever. I think you are prepared. You are prepared, or you are in a state where you are ready to start actively preparing. So, like, the card is implying that, like, this month has been pretty good for prep, and you feel like you're looking into the 2026 outlook, like, I have enough for pulling what I want, I think. Does the term magic art fit in the whale metaphor? I'll pull, but if I see a character I like, I'll evolve and wreck my budget for the month. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, like, at the very least, it's not a common part of the metaphor, but I get what you mean. I can understand the interpretation. And as for your future, what it'll look like when you actually start pulling in the year is Upright Knight of Cups. Another Cups card. Arrival, Approach. Invitation, Incitement. I think that's good. Arrival, I think, is definitely, like, the key thing. I believe this is implying that whatever you're going to pull for within this year is going to come within good time, I think is the best way to put it. I think that because the cards are showing that you've, like, been successful thus far and you're pretty good at preparing for what you want, it seems that the implication is that whatever you end up pulling is going to come. So outlook is good for your gacha activities this year. As long as you properly prepare yourself and you're, like, diligent about your dailies and about saving your currency for the things that you want, looks like you're not going to be hitting pity. Absolute gachinama. Yeah, man. Outlook good. I wish you luck with your gacha pulls. Unexpectedly worked to fix someone else's mistake, but Hanaki, oh no. I'm sorry you got pulled into some extra work, but Hanaki, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I hope you were able to solve it, and that everything turned out okay. Tuki, yours are next. Because Tuki asked for 2 in one donation, which is fine. I don't mind. Kaya got to do like 3 back to back to back, so I will allow 2. I will allow 2. Hello, cute Yuno. Hello. I like how cute is capitalized as if it is a title and part of my name. I've started a new job with the fam, and I'm waiting for spring for my research project. Well, congratulations on the new job! That's awesome. Give me your insights. I want to know what the future holds for both prospects.
Cute. Do better.
Mother Striker, thank you for the $20 tip. I will look at the message a little later. I want to know what the future holds for both prospects, and I wanted to ask for a love reading after 2. Okay. So career and then a love reading. Got it, dot it. Pray for me. Do not worry. I understand. Still though, I know the last time I did a tarot reading, you were asking about like job prospect stuff, so huge. Huge that you started a new position. Heck yeah. Love to hear it, love to see it. Thank you, yeah, of course. A lot of other people have come in with career readings, career request readings, I should say. And so, like, I understand how crazy the job market is, so I think that any sort of success is a big W. Happy to hear about it. Big ups. Okay. So first is the career reading. So past, we've got upright 7 of cups. 7. Images of reflection, imagination, sentiment. Things seen in the glass of contemplation. Okay. Makes sense to me. So I think that it's basically saying, one of the other notes that it makes here is like some attainment, but nothing permanent or substantial is suggested. So to me, this is saying like imaginary, like chalices of success. It's kind of hard to articulate exactly what I mean, but particularly the description of like fairy favors. And like imagination and sentiment, things seen in reflection. I think it's like an understanding of like the things that you had at a time and you're like seeing the reflection of them. But it's like you're kind of looking backwards. Those things don't exist anymore, but you're kind of like remembering what has once been. So because this is appearing as like a symbol of the past, like a relic of past experiences, past favors, it's kind of like illusory in the sense of when you look back at your career thus far, you can see the value, you can kind of see the splendor, but it kind of feels like a lot of it has burnt up. Like a lot of it's kind of been extinguished, diminished in some way. There might have been value in the past, and it is value that you like held towards it, but it's not there anymore. There's kind of like this understanding that there used to be wealth, but it was kind of just like an illusion of wealth, or like an illusion of value. It doesn't necessarily have to mean like you had money from these jobs, money gone now, but it's more just like you thought that you had gotten something out of it, but then it turns out when you actually look at it, it was like not as valuable as you once thought, basically. And that's kind of how you viewed past career ventures. Into the present, Upright Queen of Swords. So you've got the swords. Swords is here. Absence, mourning, separation. I think having left that, like, illusory period behind, like, you saw the things you used to value have, like, kind of diminished. I think there is still a sense of, like, mourning, like, perhaps mourning the time that you invested into that previous position, or, like, mourning what you had accomplished there and, like, what few good things there were, like, the true good things that were once there. I think that loss is still being mourned in some way. And I think that that's something that you're being kind of, like, mindful and consciously aware of as you're going into these new positions. And I think it's very valid to still feel that sense of, like, loss and to, like, mourn what had once been. And I understand that, especially being a feeling to have at the start of a new year. When that was such, like, a big part in the past, and you have to, like, wait till the spring now to continue your research and all of that. There's definitely, like, a longing for what had once been, and, like, a mourning of it as well. But as for the actual future, what will happen with these jobs going forward? Upright Queen of Cups. Everything's looking up cups. Cups is a good thing, usually. Loving intelligence, hence the gift of vision, success, happiness, and pleasure. Also wisdom and virtue. So yeah, good things. Good things, good things. Usually this is the representation of, like, a person who is going to be capable of doing service to you. The King of Cups and the Queen of Cups are usually, like, a person that has a lot of, like, bountiful wealth of some kind. Not necessarily just in money, but it could be in knowledge, it could be in, like, love, it could be in, like, anything, really. But there is, like, either a male or a female person that is in abundance of something, and they are going to bestow that upon you. So it seems that this year there is going to be a strong feminine presence. It doesn't necessarily have to be a lover. It could be, like, a female relative. It could be, like, a boss. It could be a teacher. Somebody, usually feminine, because it's the queen here. But they are going to be bestowing upon you, like, success and happiness, strong sense of wisdom. They're going to be giving you, like, really good things this year. And, like, it's going to make your career go really, really well, obviously, because you're going to have the blessing of this person, and they are going to be able to bestow upon you all the things that you need to continue to be successful. So it looks like things are good. If you happen to have, like, a lady boss, I feel like your lady boss is going to be very good to you this year. I don't know how being good to you will look, but if there is, like, a strong female authority figure in either position, I think that things are going to go well for you at that job. So I would say outlook good. Nice-oo, nice-oo, nice-oo. Okay. 2026 is the year of girl bosses. That's true. KJ's reading also said something about a strong feminine figure being, like, a very, like, intense impact in his life this year. So we're, like, 2 for 2 on people having, like, the presence of, like, very important women. Very important, influential women. This is the year of the women. Next is love reading, so I will work on shuffling the cards for that. Strong feminine figure being Yuno. I'm not hiring anybody right now. I am not hiring anybody right now, and I'm also not looking to date anybody right now, so it cannot possibly be me. That would be crazy. Women, parentheses, not for Yuno. Shut up. Maybe it's saying I can't pull bitches because I'm going to be the bitch that gets pulled, okay? Have we thought about that? Maybe there's just going to be a really cool person who's like, man, I sure would love to find a partner, and then I'm just gonna, I don't know. It doesn't have to be about me. Don't maybe ellipses me.
Cute. Do better.
Tokenai, thank you for the $10 tip. I'm guessing because it's $10, you asked another question, so you are back in the queue. I will get to you as soon as I can. As soon as I can. Sounds like cope, but sure, leave me alone. If I don't have cope, what else do I have? May it happen? Man standing. I'm literally not even looking. I just feel like I have to be on the defensive with you guys because you've been so crazily aggressive about my lack of bitches. The beaches were the friends we made along the way. This is so messed up. This is so sick and twisted. I do not want the new running bit to be my fucking chronically single ass. How's the queue looking since I've been away? It's been pretty busy. In a good way. I'm still in the middle of 2 keys, but we have like several more after. I asked watching the stream at Long Beach, lol. No, he's literally at the longest beach. Fuck. I'm not even near a beach right now. It's never been more Jover. This is so sick. How dare this occur to me? Me in my home where I live. We can focus a different chronically single body part. No! 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 What if we just don't focus on anything being chronically single? Don't worry about it. It's fucking Nunya anyway. Do 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 do. Oni of supreme wisdom, yes. Very big, very supreme, very yes, true. True, yes. That's me. Okay. Love reading. Well, bam. Well, bam. Well, bam. Alright. Passed. Upright Queen of Swords. Did I not just pull Queen of Swords? Am I hallucinating? We'll bam them cards, yeah! Queen of Swords is, yeah, I did. Mourning, privation, separation. Well, I think separation is pretty self-explanatory if we're looking into the past of a love situation. Alivi had the upright version? Yeah, it's upright again. But yeah, so separation. Perhaps there was a long-term relationship that had like a very clean separation. Perhaps there has been a bit of mourning past relationships that had been very impactful to you in some way, shape, or form. It seems like in general, like, things have ended. Things have had to have been, like, cut off in some way. Loss has then, of course, been mourned.
Do better.
Mystic Tony, thank you for the $5 tip. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, it looks like there were relationships that were lost, that were then mourned for, in terms of your romantic life. Also, what some of the other things that this card can refer to is like absence and sterility. So, absence could mean the lack thereof of romance, and sterility Well, you know what being sterile means. Anyways. Basically, there might have been some experiences that ended, and there's just an overall, like, absence of romance in that regard. Present, we have reverse sun. Every time I am cooked. I'm sorry, my cards are very savage when they want to be. Reverse sun? Let's see. Reverse sun basically means the same as upright, but like a lot lesser. So upright sun means material happiness, fortunate marriage, and contentment. So it seems like right now, obviously, this does mean to a lesser extent because it is reversed. There is like a sense of contentment within your person regarding your romantic life. Maybe you have like had relationships that you tried out, and whether they went well or not, you were pretty satisfied by the outcome, and you've been fairly content with like the way romance has been going for you in more recent times. I don't think marriage necessarily applies here, so I think I'm focusing more on the contentment side of it. I think relationships that you have pursued, whether it's been just like light, casual dating, maybe there were a couple slightly more longer term relationships that you tried out, they've kind of gone well enough and you felt like fairly content with the outcome, whether positive or negative. And it seems to have had like an overall positive impact on you and what you have experienced thus far. As for your romantic future, reverse Two of Wands. Okay, reverse two. Surprise, wonder, enchantment. I think that this is basically implying that you are going to find someone that's going to greatly surprise you. I think you're going to be smitten by somebody this year. I think you're going to find someone that like really charms you. I don't have any like specific idea of like when you could meet this person or how or any of that stuff, but I think that there's like going to be a renewed sense of wonder when it comes to romance. I think you're going to find someone that lets you like re-explore like what love means to you again. Like it's going to kind of like reinvigorate your love life in a positive way. And it's going to fill you with that sense of like wonder and enchantment. You're gonna basically be like kind of spellstruck by this person. Give you a lot of puppy love, perhaps.
Cute. Do better.
Abyssal J, thank you for the $10 tip. Thank you, thank you. I will check the message in a bit. Oy, oy. But yeah, Outlook is looking pretty good. I mean, it's been kind of like... You have been content so far, but it looks like you're going to find a renewed sense of, like, romantic whimsy. To me, I feel like the reverse Two of Wands is like a renewed sense of whimsy in any new situation. Like, it's gonna be reinvigorated. I think it's a good read. Just because it's reversed does not mean that it's a negative reading. Sometimes reversing a card can actually make it more positive than the base reading. Now have some whimsical motivation? Yeah! You're gonna find someone that is going to really, just make you feel good. It's cute. Like you're gonna get hit by Cupid's bow type of, like, cheesy, romantic whimsy. I think that's a good thing. Okay. I hope that offers you some clarity. You'll be the first to know? Heck yeah! Alright. Shadow. It is your turn now if you are still here. Oh, Mystic Oni of the Urpal variety. That's me. Can you read my fortune for the first 6 months of 2026? Thank you so much.
Of course. General reading for the first half of the year. See how it goes.
It's still basically going to be a general 2026 reading, but you can just think of it as being on a slightly smaller scope. It won't necessarily be for the year at large, but it's still, like, basically a general reading. There will still be a card that represents 2025, a card that represents how this month is gone, and then the second card will just be how the first 6 months are gonna go. Yes.
I've been summoned. Yes, it's your turn. I am working on the shuffle for your general reading right now. Yay!
Okay.
Okay. Let's go. The past, the card that represents your 2025. Reverse King of Cups. Dishonest, injustice, scandal. I think this was the reading that I got for someone else's 2025. So it seems that you experienced a great injustice, or like maybe you felt like you received some sort of injustice. Scandal could also be an option here, but basically it feels like 2025 wronged you in some way. Since I don't have any knowledge of how the year went, it seems that 2025 wronged you pretty badly. And it was pretty upsetting in a lot of ways. Pretty bad year overall. Seems to be the basic summary. Accurate, actually. Oh, man. Oofies. Well, let's see how we're doing at the start of 2026. Upright Page of Swords. Okay. Let's see. Page of Swords is... okay, this was a card that I got for in one of Kaya's readings, but like authority, spying, examination. So things like this, I usually take this to mean that you're doing a lot of like background checking on people. I feel like this is like usually a card that represents like the social side of just like being critical and like analytical of everybody around you. Perhaps because of that like scandal or that like wronging that you experienced last year. I think you've been going into this year with a slightly more analytical or like critical mind when it comes to interacting with others. And maybe also just like an overall approach to things that are going on this year. I think you've basically gone into it with a stronger sense of awareness, and you're trying to like do as much digging to like get information and to like stay informed as much as you can. And this can be multifaceted. It's not necessarily just about people, but this card does also specifically mention things like the Secret Service and like just overall like spying and like reconnaissance. So I think that it's basically a person who's like going around and trying to gather information and like stay abreast of things that are going on. So I think that that's kind of like the mindset going into this year. Or at the very least, this seems to be how the cards are interpreting that you feel going into this year. And as for the next few months... Judgment. Upright Judgment. Interesting to get Judgment right after a card that's talking about being very analytical and in some ways judgmental. But anyway, Upright Judgment. Let's see. Yeah, judgment. Okay. Change of position, renewal, and, like, outcome. So, renewal, I think, is the thing that's really sticking out to me here. Perhaps also outcome in some ways. Maybe because you're going to go into this year with a stronger sense of, like, a critical mind, a more analytical mindset. I think that there's going to be, like, a change in, like, you're going to be able to pass judgment on something that's going to occur within this year. You're going to be informed enough that you can make a decision that's going to have, like, a lasting impact, and maybe it will cause, like, a renewal or a resurgence in something important to you. Perhaps change of position could also be relevant in the sense of, like, maybe you'll have, like, a changed perspective on a person or a thing or a place or a whatever. And I think you're going to just be very informed when it comes to that outcome. I don't think it's going to surprise you. Whatever observations you make within these first couple of months, I think it's going to follow you to, like, the halfway point of the year, and you're going to be like, oh, yeah, I saw that coming. Like, I think you're going to have the tools available to you. I can't give you anything more specific than that, but it looks like the cards are saying that as long as you remain observant, you'll be ready for what's coming. You'll be ready for whatever judgment comes to pass. I hope that was of some help to you. Not going to lie, I legit just got over some work trauma. One of my closest mentors took a higher position for my department, and I'm pretty much next in line to take their place. Oh. Interesting. Could be what the cards are talking about, then. It's hard to say. Since this was a general reading, it could apply to literally anything. But if you think it applies, then hey. Well, yeah, like I said, I hope it helps in some way or another. Okay, next is Ted Ed GR, if you are still here. If you're still around. Can I get a reading related to work? So it's a career reading. Got it. Yeah, of course, no problem. Thank you for asking. Glad to help. Tarot readings are fun for me. It's really interesting to just channel the energy into the cards and see what they manage to produce. Because I go into it not really knowing anything about these situations either. I just interpret whatever the cards spit out. Could be work, could be pizza toppings. You being observant of the pizza toppings people usually choose at work. Pizza. Bobitsa reading. No! No Bobitsa reading. Tuki and Brandon know I'm actually, like, really surprised. I mean, again, cards are crazy. I love them. They are so smart. My smart and silly little deck. Even if it's so mean to me. At least it's not mean to other people. Sometimes. Cute. Do better. DC Lee, thank you for the $10 tip. I will get to it shortly. I assume that means that you're in the queue. I will get into it soon, TM. God, I'm still so behind. Holy moly. Don't forget you're here forever, me standing. Did I miss my reading? No, I'm actually shuffling for yours right now. You're so good. Don't even worry. I am shuffling the deck. I'm almost done shuffling, so I will do the reading in a moment. Okay. One more quick little flash here. Got it. Hey! Career reading. Cute. Do better. Felix the Cat, thank you for the $5 tip. I believe this is hydration check. So I will take a sip of water. Also, yes, I ate dinner before stream. Don't worry. I don't know if this makes me different from other streamers. I do try my best to prepare for streams by eating food beforehand. And I always make sure to have a big cup full of water with me while I'm streaming because I talk a lot. So do not worry, I ate before stream. I'm all good. She's not like other girls she eats. Yeah, no, I eat and I'm like, I make sure that I have a good meal before I start a stream. Because I think the worst thing in the world is to have to eat during stream. Lamau, my VTuber ate before stream, not like yours. I mean, how many times do you guys hear about girls who like make themselves food to eat during stream and then they don't finish it because they get distracted? And so they waste it and it like goes cold, or they like just don't really touch it at all. Same thing with beverages. Like, how many times do you hear a streamer be like, oh, I didn't finish my drink, or I forgot I had a drink next to me, or whatever. Too often? Exactly. So I make sure to not run into that problem. And instead, I make sure that I eat before stream. And I'm also very good about drinking my water. I drink water pretty regularly during my streams, even streams where I'm not necessarily doing a bunch of talking like these ones. Why you felt the need to call out my Yoshi right now? Ahaha. There's always one. But no, I've always kind of known that, like, for me, it makes more sense to just do it beforehand. Yuno becomes viral with gorilla mukbang. I mean, I do eat during streams sometimes. If, like, the point of the stream is that I'm supposed to be eating during it, but I don't prefer to. I feel like they're all talking about the same person. I mean, maybe. I think it's actually quite common for a lot of YouTubers to be bad about eating food or hydrating. Which is why I said what I did. I'm not thinking of one specific person. I'm thinking of a handful of people. Okay. Work reading. You know, I ate a burger last week on stream? I did not. Yeah, no, I didn't. I did eat on stream recently, though, because for my debut after party, I ate chicken parm on stream. And it was delicious. She will do big steak eating stream. Love that did I know I didn't look. Because I was like, that sounds like something I would do. I do think I mentioned eating a burger on a stream last week, maybe. That, like, I had burgers before stream, but I usually don't eat during stream. Dinner, 5 cold noodles, hydration, 5 cold noodles. Oh no. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Alright, let me do this reading. So career outlook from the past is Reverse Chariot. Reverse Chariot. Let's see. riot, quarrel, dispute, defeat. So I'm guessing if there was a dispute related to your work, you lost. It seems to me that, like, overall, there was, like, some sort of internal strife within your workplace. Maybe there's, like, a lot of internal conflicts, maybe quarrels with the higher-ups, quarrels within the team, quarrels between you and your boss. I can't really say one way or the other, but I'm getting the idea that there was a lot of, like, internal discourse at the place of work. Or maybe that's been, like, a consistent pattern at places that you have worked, that there's usually some sort of, like, quarreling going on. It just seems like nobody's, like... The team isn't really in sync, like, there isn't, like, a sense of harmony at these workplaces. Very discordant vibes. My boss got fired recently. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, well, we have that energy then. I have the understanding, kind of. Going into present outlook, reverse Queen of Pentacles. Let's see, reverse Queen is... fear, suspicion, mistrust. So I'm guessing because your boss was fired recently, like specifically the wording of fired is making everybody feel kind of on edge. Like, it's kind of difficult to trust the company, kind of difficult to trust the people around you in some ways. Things are feeling very tenuous. Like, it's hard to really, like, say specifics about it, but it does feel like everybody's kind of on edge now, where it's just like, oh no, if we lost the boss, then how likely is it that we're gonna get, like, fired or whatever. Like, the mindset's kind of there, even if you don't think that there'd be a reason for you to get fired. It kind of feels like the thought has been put into your head because of what's going on. And there's just overall, like, a lot of, like, suspense and tension now that that has occurred. So everybody's kind of on edge. As for the future outlook, we've got reverse moon again. So this usually means, like, sleep and, like, things being put to rest. But I'll double check to make sure. If there's, like, any other readings that might be more relevant, I will bring those up too. Reverse moon, instability, silence, lesser degrees of deception. Okay. So things are going to get kind of unstable going forward. It looks like the discord and, like, the suspense that everybody's feeling right now is going to continue, and it's going to make it very difficult for the team to work together as a team. Also, deception. Deception, specifically through silence, I think is going to be a big thing that everyone's gonna have to deal with. The vibe is maybe because everyone feels like they can't fully trust each other now, and, like, there's a lot of, like, just tension within the team. I think it's just that's going to cause further, like, communication breakdown, and it might make completing your work kind of difficult. The team is not going to be very stable. I'm also not really seeing any, like, solutions with this. It just kind of seems like because of this loss of, like, a central figure, everything's just gonna kind of topple downwards. So I must say that the career outlook is not very good. I can't really say anything like, change jobs or, like, look into different positions or whatever, because the economy is very scary and I don't really want to put that thought into anybody's head. But, it does seem like things are going to get worse before they get better. This is going to be rough. I'm so sorry. Oh, the year is starting on a bad foot. I hope that could offer a little bit of, like, clarity and understanding, though. It seems like, at the very least, that it isn't just you that is experiencing this. It seems to be the entirety of your team is kind of struggling. Which could maybe, hopefully, if you can get everyone to be more willing to communicate, the future can be changed. I think if you can, like, get everyone to kind of understand that you're all on, like, a similar page regarding this, then maybe it'll be a bit easier to, like, band together and try to fight off that impending lack of communication. Not to, like, fully put the onus on you, but I just think that, like, having that knowledge that everybody's going through it could help everybody involved, in case you guys decided to, like, talk through it together or something. Maybe. But the future can always be changed, so even though it's saying this right now, there's always a chance that there are things that can be done to make it not, as bad. I'm glad to help if only a little bit. Hello, welcome in. How's everyone doing today? Doing good. I hope you are doing well, too. The future can change, looks over at the Lavos built on the last dozen readings, but it may refuse to. I hope it doesn't refuse to. Lock in, Lavos, the fuck? Can we lock in, please? Cleaning my suit after an incident at a party. Oh my goodness. Hopefully it's not a permanent stain. Okay, next is, hold on. Gotta hit the scroll wheel. Next is Admin Wonder again. If you're still here. I feel I've been ranting about work crap, but I'd like to get a general year reading to see any ideas on stuff outside work. Of course. General 2026 reading it is. Of course. After Admin Wonder, it will be Dave. After Dave, it will be Tobito. And after Tobito, it will be, Reva X. If you guys are still here. Tobito and Reva X, you guys did not leave specific requests in your tips, so it would be good if you could be here so that I could ask and make sure that I know what to predict for you. If you're not here when I call for you later, I'll have to skip you. Have to call it a night for today. No problem. Rest well. I hear. Okay, good. It's not your turn just yet, but it'll just so you're aware. When I call your name next time, I will be looking for an answer for what I need to be reading for. Oh, Hanaki, welcome in, welcome in. Okay. General year reading. Still here? Okay, good.
Cute. Do better.
Dookie, thank you for the $10 tip. You've once again been added back to the queue. I will get to you soon, TM. Alright. What was 2025 like for you? Reverse 5 of Cups. Reverse 5. News alliances return. Okay, so I'm guessing you received some news in 2025, but it seems to be relatively more positive than some of the other situations of news that have occurred in these other readings. Looks like it's generally a bit more positive. Return, I think, is also good. I think there might have been, like, a return to form, and then maybe, like, return to normalcy, return to just something good. If something had departed in 2024, it seems that in 2025 there was a bit of, like, a return in a good way. Overall, it seems like things were a bit better. Kai said I just got done with my second cosplay of Carlos from Resident Evil 3 Remake. Nice! That's cool. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. Sorry, I forgot to ask a question. No problem. But when I call your name again in a little bit, you'll have to tell me what the question is. So that I can make sure I get it. No worries. Present. So, like, going into 2026, what are the vibes?
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
The real Heihachi Mishima, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Your present is Upright Temperance. Another major arcana. Upright Temperance. Moderation, frugality, accommodation. So, I think you're going into this year very, like, keeping things neutral. I think you're going into it with, like, not necessarily a positive mindset and not necessarily a negative mindset. I think you're trying to be very careful. There's a sense of, like, caution that I am getting from this particular reading. And then accommodation makes me think that you want to be open to, like, making adjustments kind of on the fly. You don't necessarily want to have, like, a concrete plan. You want to be able to accommodate, like, any circumstances that may crop up, whether positive or negative ones. You're trying to be as accommodating as you can be, both for yourself, and perhaps this also extends to being accommodating to other people. That seems to be the vibe that I am resonating with the most with this card. That is how, that's like the mindset, the card that kind of represents you going into the year, and then here's how the year is going to actually turn out due to that mindset, according to the cards. Reverse Two of Cups. Okay, reverse 2 is... Right, folly and misunderstanding. So I think that maybe you're going to be a little bit too accommodating, with other people and, like, with, like, all of the circumstances around you, and I think it's gonna lead to, like, a pretty big misunderstanding. It could be something that ends up, like, not really having too big of a negative consequence, but it seems like the overall thought is misunderstanding. Or, like, some kind of folly. Like, there's going to be a mistake that occurs, despite your attempts at caution. At least that is what I see. So 2025 had, like, some sort of sense of, like, news and announcements that came to you. And so you're going into the new year with, like, a more neutral, like, attempt at accommodating mindset, but a misunderstanding is still going to occur. I don't know in what sector of life, but if a misunderstanding crops up within the year, that's what the cards are predicting. Class over, Yuno still going. Yes, my queue is constantly filling. I'm not mad at it. I'm very happy, but I'm also just like, oh my goodness, I didn't think this was going to go for this long. She can never leave. Everybody has questions! I mean, far be it for me to complain. This is a very lucrative stream so far. Far be it for me to complain. Plus, it's fun. So, I don't mind. Okay. Dave. Dave said, tell it to me straight, Doc. How bad is it? Which I'm guessing is a request for a general reading. I'm guessing this is a request for a general reading. I will do my best. Every week? No, not every week. I think people would run out of questions if I did it every week. But we talked about me doing it bi-monthly. Or maybe monthly, depending. Because I feel like it might also be good to do a love-themed one for Valentine's in February. Not on Valentine's Day, mind you, but maybe, like, first week of February. Or, like, a few days before Valentine's, I could just do a love-focused one. I'll settle for twice a week. No! you change your future readings in a week, though? I mean, it depends. I guess it depends on what you're asking. I feel like if we did weekly readings, it would have to be... You would have to have, like, very specific questions every week. Or I'd have to come up with arbitrary themes for each type of reading. Could also start doing different types of readings besides my usual 3-card spread if I was going to do it super regularly, but I'm not planning to. It would burn out kind of quickly if I did it all of the time. But I was thinking while I was like shuffling the cards during one of my lulls about doing another one in February for love-focused readings for people who didn't already get a love reading, I guess. You're doing this daily? No, I'm not! No, I'm not! Not like this, man. I mean, the other thing about doing it daily would be that I would have to be getting money from you guys every single day, and I think all of us would end up broke. The Damadachi economy would go crazy. Negative. Negative dollars. Damadachi enter debt. Dama debt. Daily's kind of crazy, that's what I'm saying. I've always said this. Tamadechi. That sounds like a Tamagotchi name. Doug Dimadomadachi? That's crazy. Owner of the Dimsdale Dimadomdachi. Remember when my previous wife made fanfiction about Doug Dimmadome? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That was a very funny stream. I love Ron Tsukiha. Okay. Alright, Dave, here is your general reading. What was 2025 like? Reverse 3 of Pentacles. Mediocrity in work and otherwise. Pettiness and weakness. Okay. So it seems that overall, 2025, you felt kind of mediocre when it came to what you were accomplishing in work, and I guess also in general. Not bad, not great, just mediocre. It just kind of felt like you were producing stuff, you were doing things, but it just kind of didn't really feel like there was anything particularly impactful occurring, I guess, for lack of a better term. 2025 was just kind of nothing. It was just like a year to you. Which I guess is better than some of the other readings. I feel like almost every time I've been doing a reading where I have to explain what someone's 2025 was like, it's just like, it was bad. I guess mediocre is better than bad. But it's still not ideal. Sounds about right. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. But okay. So that was what 2025 was like. Starting 2026, we are at upright 7 of Wands. Upright 7 of Wands. Do. Ah, okay, I know this card. So this card depicts like a guy wielding one wand against 6 opposing wands. And it's basically implying like someone who is on the defensive, kind of like 1 versus 6. But like you have the high ground. Because the way that it's depicted, the 6 wands are coming from like below the vantage point of like the central guy. He like has the high ground and has like a better advantage when it comes to fending off the other wands. So you're kind of going into this like, I guess to interpret it in a way that's kind of like very metaphorical. You know that there's like probably going to be some form of opposition in this year, but you're coming armed. Like you basically feel like you are prepared. You have something to like kind of help like fend it off in some way, whether it's like literal or metaphorical, and you feel ready and like like equipped to enter 2026 on like a better foot. You're kind of approaching it from a better angle. A card of success for the combatant is on the top and his enemies may be unable to reach him. Yeah, so basically you're like, you have the advantage. And like you feel that you have the advantage too, which is really important. As for the rest of the year, reverse Hierophant, reverse Hierophant, society, good understanding over kindness. I think that overall 2026 is going to be very good to you. I feel like you're going to have a good understanding of yourself and of people around you. I think that society is also going to kind of benefit from your presence. Whether it be in a very small, microscopic way or whether it be on a slightly bigger scale, I think like, the vibe seems to be that like you're going to have good understanding of things going on around you, and I think that society is also going to have a better understanding of you. I think you're going to be able to find your place within whatever like world or sphere you are currently in or are trying to get into. And you are well equipped to do it because you have that like one particular like strong wand in your possession. You have the advantage and it's going to cement you in like a pretty solid place. Whatever that may look like to you. Positive year. I believe in you. They might have 6 wands, but your wand is stronger. Hell yeah, brother. That's the way to look at it. Okay. Tobito. It is your turn. If you have your question, please ask. I will shuffle the cards in the meantime. Reva X will be after. And then... Oh my god. And then... Ferrix is next? Ferrix. I'm not sure how to say it. Ferrix or Ferrix? Ferrix the cat? Ferrix the cat? Something like that? You will be after Reva X. General love life reading? Okay. Love reading it is. As you wish. Sounds like a play on Felix the cat. Yes, but you never know for sure. That's why I was saying both Ferrix and Ferrix, because I was like, I don't know. It could be either one. Okay. Well, bam. Well, bam. Well, bam. Okay. Love reading for Tobito. So your love life in the past is represented by a upright 5 of Pentacles. Upright 5. Interesting. It has 2 completely different readings depending on vibes. I'm going to say, though, because this is specifically a love reading, I'm going to choose the love interpretation. It's a card that literally represents love and lovers. Wife, husband, friend, mistress. Also things like concordance and affinities. To me, I feel like this basically is like emblematic of like all relationships thus far. I think you've basically had like pretty solid relationships going forward, although some have been for lack of a better term, it's because this embodies love in like a lot of forms. Things have also been a little bit confusing. Sometimes this card can also mean things like material trouble. So I wonder if it's like love, but then like with the asterisk of like there's still strife. Like maybe in past relationships you've been with people where you've like either struggled maybe financially or in like some other material form, and it caused like difficulties within the relationship. But it does seem to be representative of the fact that love has been present in your life before, and despite like the difficulties you might have faced alongside that person, you both were able to grow and like kind of come out of it and like move forward together despite those troubles. So it seems like relationship history wise things are pretty all right. As for like the present, current aspect outlook on love is reverse 4 of Wands. Reverse 4 of Wands.
Cute. Do better.
Tokenai, thank you for the $10 tip. I will read it a little later. I'm sorry, I'm very backed up right now. I can't keep up. I'm doing my best. Let's see, reverse 4 of Wands, right? For the present? Okay. Increase felicity, beauty, and embellishment. Things are good. So like an increase of like romantic desire, I imagine. Also beauty and embellishment to me means that you've been like pretty open to and have also like gotten the chance to like witness and experience beauty in the sense of maybe you've found people that have like been really appealing to you on an aesthetic level. Maybe you've been finding people that like really gel with you personality wise, and you've been able to find a lot of people's like internal beauty. But it seems to be like a very positive card love life wise. Also increase to me means that like you've like had more of a frequency of finding beautiful people. You've been finding more people attractive. Maybe it's opening your mind up to the idea of romance and like romantic relationships again, if you had been closed off to it before anyway. If this is just like part of the course of your dating life, then it's just been like happening more frequently, more abundantly. And as for the future for your love life, upright 9 of Swords. Upright 9. I was about to say knight. That's not right. Upright 9. Delay, deception, disappointment, despair. So I think deception, disappointment, and despair are the words that are sticking out the most to me here. I think that while you will experience a lot of like beauty in all of its forms, I do think it is going to eventually lead to despair at least this year. I think there might be a particularly impactful relationship where you're going to find like a very beautiful person, but something is going to happen and it's gonna crumble, unfortunately. I don't want to like necessarily fully doom any relationship you're looking into going forward, because there's a chance that this could change depending on overall like behaviors and like perspectives and all of that stuff. It's not set in stone, but it does seem that that it's going to have kind of a negative outcome over the course of the year. Outlook is not too good, but at the very least within the present you are going to be able to experience more beauty. And maybe in some ways getting to experience more beauty will kind of make up for the eventual despair. I hope that was able to offer at least a little bit of clarity. But yeah, it's not looking great. One of the 6 guys holding a wand. No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's two separate. I think it's separate people. Obviously. I pat your head. Just do your best out here, man. It's not fully set in stone. You could always end up, like, finding somebody and it could actually end up working out really well. Yeah, exactly. It can always be changed. The cards may say that the outcome is a certain way, but it's not fully definitive. Okay, Reva X, what is your question? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Because I have a very packed queue. I'd like to know how my New Year's resolutions will go. Okay, you got it. I think you guys should get on one knee to a girl you like and wear a suit and bring flowers and you'll for sure get someone. That's pretty dramatic. But it is true. As a girl who has never received flowers from somebody, I would admit I would be quite charmed to receive flowers. I have never received flowers as a gift from anyone. I need to get my wife some flowers. Yeah, dude, get your wife some flowers. There's your plan for Valentine's Day. It's pretty soon. Lock in. Flowers are very cool. If any girl says they don't want flowers, they are lying. No, it's true. They're literally lying. Like, even if it can sometimes be difficult to find a vase for the flowers and to, like, take care of the flowers after you receive them as a gift, they are always so beautiful. It's always worth it. Looking up flower stores in Onigashima, let's friggin' go, dude. Finally, I'm going to get flowers. It only took me 200 and, well, it'll be past my birthday on Valentine's Day, 224 years. To finally get flowers. I love this for me. Guys, you could buy her flowers on her birthday. I'm looking away. What do you mean? Not on my birthday. I'd say don't wait till then. You should randomly surprise her with flowers. I mean, you can do that too. But if you're the kind of person who prefers to have an excuse to get a gift for someone, because not everyone likes to do the spontaneous gift-giving thing. And not everyone likes to have spontaneous gifts thrust upon them, it must be said. Sometimes it is okay to follow the convention of doing it on a day where you can expect a gift. 10 stacks of bouquets on throne. I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. I honestly don't have the space in the box for 10 bouquets. I could maybe have room for 1. Not 10. Because it'll actually work. 1 bouquet every day. Oi. 30 bouquets? No! That's too many flowers! I would die! Do you know how much watering I'd have to do to preserve all those flowers? Frick. Okay. Whoops. Scroll the wrong thing. Need to scroll this. Nope. Stop. Okay, New Year resolutions. That's the downside of it not being in the StreamElements message, is that I have to scroll the YouTube chat. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I got really stuffy there for a second. Thank you. If you send that many, send the money for the water bill. Well, luckily, I am in a very fortunate position where the water bill is not something I have to worry about at my place. It's actually in my contract that they pay the water bill for me. Haha. So, I get water for free. One of the only benefits of living in this particular box. Must be nice. It is. It is. I can take long showers if I want and not feel guilt. Same with bath time. I don't have to feel any guilt about letting the water run because it's not on my dime. Ahahaha. Free water in this economy? Yes, sir. I get the sewer bill covered as well. Because in Onigashima they are split for some reason. But, they also cover my sewer bill. Yippee! Three-hour showers of deep thoughts. Yeah. I sit there and I be imagining. I be brain rotting. Okay.
New Year resolution.
For Reva X. Alright, first card. We've got Upright Page of Pentacles. Built your mini data center. No, I'd rather die. Anyway, Page of Pentacles. Un moment. It's upright, right? Yes. Okay. Application, study, scholarship, reflection. Okay, okay. So application and reflection, that really does fit with resolutions. It's like reflecting on the year before and kind of trying to set resolutions that will make the incoming year better than that one. So I'm guessing when you were setting your resolutions for this year, you were thinking about 2025 and kind of keeping it in mind as you set them. And I think you did it in a very thoughtful way. I think you paid a lot of attention to ways that you could improve your life this year. And you were very intentional and purposeful with the resolutions that you set. Hopefully that also means that you set realistic ones. Present, how are you doing with them within this first month of January? Upright Knight of Swords. So swords. Do skill, bravery. Okay, I mean, I'm getting mostly good things. Like, the Knight of Swords is, like, very much, like, guy on the attack. He's on the offensive. So I think you're being, like, really, I don't know how to explain this, but, like, you're being kind of aggressive, like, with making sure that you stay on track with your resolutions and your goals and stuff. It's always really easy in the first month to try and, like, maintain resolutions. It's getting through the rest of the year that will make it tough. People always do so good in the first month. Maybe they also manage to do pretty good into February, but it's usually February where people start tapering off. But it's a good sign that right now you're doing really good with it. You're fucking crushing it, according to this card. And then for the rest of the year, upright Page of Cups. So a knight and 2 pages. That's pretty good. Page of Cups. News, message, reflection, meditation. Application and reflection again. Okay, so it looks like... I think as long as you apply yourself to actually completing all of the goals and resolutions on your list, I think that things will be pretty successful for you. The Page of Cups, similar to the King and Queen of Cups, if you have a person in these, in this particular, like, section that comes up, it means that there's somebody that you're going to be close to that will be able to bestow that sort of abundance upon you. So, in this particular case, because you, because this is a page, it's described as a fair young man, so I'm guessing this means somebody that's, like, close to your age, like a male peer. Somebody, is going to be near you that I'm guessing within the context of your goals is going to be able to keep you accountable. Maybe you have a peer that you aspire to be more like, or maybe somebody, like, offered to set some goals or resolutions alongside you, and you guys are kind of keeping each other accountable, like accountability partners. But it feels like there's somebody else in your life that is a peer around your age. Maybe it's a good friend, somebody like that. But they are going to be a pretty key figure when it comes to accomplishing your goals this year. So keep them around, do your best to, like, work alongside them, and it seems like things will turn out pretty well. Because cups are also usually just a sign of, like, wealth and abundance in things, TM. So having a representative of the cups be in your future is a good sign. Probably my brother? Well, in that case, work alongside your bro, and everything should go well. It was reassuring? Yeah, of course. I'm glad that it was a positive one. I hope that you were able to meet as many of your resolutions as possible. Obviously, in an ideal world, it would be cool to meet all of them, but sometimes it's unrealistic to, say, meet all of them. So in case that is difficult, meet as many of them as you can, because even meeting just a few of them will still be quite an accomplishment. Okay, next is Felix. General reading. I will shuffle the cards for that. And then after Felix is Hitomi. After Hitomi is Kaya Nishikino. And then we have, after Kaya is Radler Striker. After Radler Striker is Tokenai Namae. After, Tokenai is, Abyssal J again. TC, after Abyssal J is TC Lee. Help! After TC Lee, Tuki submitted more money for, Big Papa John. After Big Papa John is, Tokenai again. And then I'm done, allegedly, unless more donations come in. Help! Help me! I'm gonna be fucking finishing these at like 2 a.m. Affectionate, lovingly. You start regretting the no hard limit? No. I am genuinely having fun. Yes, and like everyone is saying, I'm literally suffering from success. Like, oh no, people are giving me money via tips to do something that I enjoy doing, and it's fun and silly, and we get to hang out and have a good time. Oh no. Like, I'm literally the luckiest person on the planet right now. I truly cannot complain. I'm very happy. So no, I don't regret it. Soup money. Soup money is too real. Guys, you don't want to know how much soup I've had in the past couple of days. You don't want to know how much soup I've had the past couple of days. And it's going to continue. Guess what? More soup. Please, sir, I want some more. Another potato soup? Yeah. I've had so much potato soup. Hitomi keeps enabling me. And guess what's gonna happen tomorrow? More potato soup. And guess what's gonna happen the day after that? Probably more potato soup. I'm gonna try to not go too crazy with continuously getting soup, but like, God, I fucking love soup. With the bacon bits? Yeah, man. It's been so good. I can't. I'm addicted to it. And like, Hitomi's been getting it with me, so we've both been getting soup like practically every day. It's bad. You know, on war rationing. God, I love soup. It's so good. Genuinely happiest I've ever been, to be honest with you. Why does this VTuber look like a potato? I'm actually turning into a yam in real time. Do you like gumbo? I've never had proper gumbo, but I'd be willing to try it. It seems like it would be yummy. Might be spicy. But I've gotten a better spice tolerance, so I might be able to handle it even if it's spicy. You know, potato soup, Hanaki. Yeah, that's me. That's what they mean when they say you are what you eat. Actually, I have a story. I feel like I might have shared this story on a stream before, but every time someone says you are what you eat, it reminds me of this story. When I was in Girl Scouts, reminder, you know Hanaki was a Girl Scout. That's how tomboy I was. When I was in Girl Scouts, I had a friend that I was very, very close to, and she was obsessed with carrots, like little carrot sticks and like other carrot things, but like just carrots in general. She loved carrots. We had a trip to Girl Scout camp, because there's a camp that the Girl Scouts went to like every summer basically, and we would stay. Actually, we sometimes also went in the fall, like late fall, sometimes even early winter-ish. But there was like a camp that we would go to regularly as part of Girl Scouts, and we would be there for like 4 days usually. And during this trip, we were on the bus getting ready to go. And like right before we like left on the trip.
Cute. Do better.
Adler, thank you for the $20 tip. I'll read it in a bit. But like while we were on the bus getting ready to like leave from school to go to the camp, this is like elementary school age, I will say. As we were getting ready to leave, she was talking about how much she loves carrots, and I was talking about how I think I was the one that made the joke that was just like, you know, if you keep eating that many carrots, you might become a carrot. And she was like, do you dare me? And I was like, what do you mean? And she basically made a bet with me on that bus before we like formally even left the parking lot to make the trip to camp, that she was going to eat a bunch of carrots during that 4-day camping trip, and we were going to see if it was possible at the end of the trip for her to have turned into a carrot. So literally every chance she got during that trip, she would, whenever we went to the mess hall, she was eating carrots. Anytime she wanted a snack while we were doing all of our Girl Scout activities, she was eating carrots. she snuck carrots into the cabin so that she could keep eating carrots. So she was eating a lot of carrots over the course of those 4 days. And I was like, there's no way. I know it's like an expression, but I don't think you can actually turn into a carrot if you eat a bunch of carrots. I don't think that's true. I think I'm gonna win this. And then she comes up to me, I think this was either near the end of day 3, or maybe it was before we were going to get on the bus on the last day. I don't remember. I just know it was daytime and we were outside. She comes up to me with the most smug look on her face and she's like, you know, look at this. And she holds up her finger and her finger is orange. Not all the way orange, because you have to remember, we're in elementary school, so we have like small baby hands for babies because we're tiny. But she does have like an orange, like the tip of her index finger is orange. She did legitimately manage to eat so many carrots that her fingertip was orange. And I was just like, your fingertip's a carrot! And I freaked out because I thought that she was actually turning into a carrot before my eyes. So every time somebody says you are what you eat to me, I always immediately think about how she managed to do that to her finger. There's an episode of Scrubs about this. That doesn't surprise me. Anyway, potato Yuno could very well be possible if I continue to eat a bunch of soup. I would have to be eating more soup per day, though. I'm only eating 1 bowl of it a day, because I only eat 1 meal a day. So I'm usually eating potato soup for dinner. And as far as I know, I'm looking at my body right now. I am not turning potato yet. But I guess emphasis on yet. The gamification of Yuno Hanaki. Should we have just dipped her finger in Cheetos to trick you? It wasn't! That was one of the first things I checked, because I ate a lot of Doritos, nacho cheese Doritos, so I knew how possible it was that it could be cheese powder. I literally, like, grabbed her hand, and I was, like, rubbing her index finger onto my palm to see if the orange would come off, and it didn't! But it was only that, like, one part of her skin. Nothing else about her had turned orange. Also, I think her mom yelled at her, so she couldn't eat any more carrots. We couldn't see if it was possible to make it spread. I think her mom was just like, you're insane. Can you stop? I recently heard about a dude on TikTok who went on a challenge to eat tons of carrots and drink carrot juice until he turned orange, and it took him like 2 months. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, that explains why it was like only her index finger. But like I said, we were small, so. But yeah, she was like orangish on that fingertip. You really can become what you eat. Okay. Story time over. General reading time. I gotta get through this queue. I gotta get through this queue. Let me out of here. Okay, so card that represents 2025. Reverse 8 of Wands. Arrows of jealousy, internal dispute, stingings of conscience, and quarrels. So once again, somebody's 2025 pretty bad. It looks like you were mostly plagued by relationship stuff. Not necessarily romantic, but just like interpersonal relationships. Things like jealousy, disputes. Issues of the conscience makes me think like maybe you felt like you were at fault in some of these like arguments and disagreements you were having with people. But like overall the vibe is very focused on like relationship struggles, relationship discord. Things were not very well balanced in 2025 when it came to relationship things. at the start of this year, we have reverse 8 of swords. Interesting that we have 2 reverse 8s. Interesting pattern. But reverse 8 of swords. Disquiet, difficulty, the unforeseen. It feels like there's something that feels like it's coming, which might explain why you said I'm scared. I think you're like anxious about how the year is going to go. There's something that's like kind of, well, disquiet is like a sense of like anxiousness, like something that's kind of unnerving. It just feels like, it feels like there's something stirring in the distance that's kind of starting to bother you, I guess, for lack of a better term. It feels like we also have like accident too. Maybe there's like a fear that some kind of like happening is gonna occur, like a negative accident or like a negative event of some kind. Or maybe something already did this month, and so it has you kind of on edge for how the rest of the year is going to go. I can't really say one way or the other. But as for the rest of the year, reverse Queen of Cups. Okay, so I've said before that if a person that is tied to the cups appears in like a reading, that usually means there's going to be a person that bestows a blessing. The reverse is thus the opposite. Particularly with the Queen of Cups, you are going to have an encounter with like a good woman. Like there's going to be a person that you encounter that is like feminine in like presentation and like nature. But there's a chance that this could also be a woman that you should not trust. That sense of anxiety and unease might be because there's going to be an encounter, it seems, within this year with someone who is going to present very nice but might not be worthy of your trust. There's also things such as like vice, dishonor, and depravity. This woman might tempt you into indulging in vices. Whatever a vice looks like to you, I'm not going to say anything one way or the other because I don't know. But it seems that this woman might tempt you into a vice-like activity, and that could cause, like, bad things to happen. Basically, she can't be trusted. While some people might encounter a woman like that and prosper, it seems that there is a woman who could enter your life that will bring bad things. Maybe you don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, but it's basically warning you to be careful, because she might not be worthy of trust. Bad things in general, I've never had a relationship at all. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic relationship. Usually with things like the cups, it's someone who's in like a position of power or authority. So it could be somebody like a female boss at work. It could be like a professor at school. It could be like, in some cases, it could even be like just a friend or a peer or like a female relative or like your mother or something. Somebody in your life who could like present as having good intentions but end up not really being worthy of trust in that instance. It's not inherently romantic, but this person is going to tempt you into indulging in vices. So, you know, just be wary. What's a vice? Drinking, sex, really yummy food that you just like eat all the time. Think like the 7 deadly sins, kind of. The things that they indulge in are vices. Me when I'm in a vice grip. Well, yes, vice does also mean, like, tightening. Like, holding in, like, a very tight grip. But not within this description. I'm good, I don't drink and do any of that stuff. That's very fair. I'm just saying that there's going to be a tempting woman. Because other things could be like gambling and like, things like that. Like gacha. Betting. There's like a lot of things that could be considered like a vice. Like just things that you do that are like, you know they're not really good for you. But you do them anyway. VTuber watching. Less VTuber watching, more like, spending your money on VTubers. Spending your money on VTubers would be a form of vice for some people. Because they get enjoyment out of seeing the anime girl go, ah, thank you, and like jiggling her boobs around or whatever. Things like that, kind of. Different people have different definitions of vices. But like, those are kind of the core vices. But I hope it helps. It's a valid way to spend money. Oh no, I agree. I profit from it, so I can't necessarily be like, don't do it. Because I also profit from the same thing. But, you know, in the current landscape, the current circumstances of how things are, it can sometimes be... How'd I word this? Some people have to be a bit more, like, cautious with the money that they spend and, like, what they spend it on and stuff. So it would still be seen as a vice. But maybe to others it's not, because they're not, like, spending above their means or whatever. Anyways. Hitomi! Psst, 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 psst. Hitomi! Psst, 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 psst. It's your turn. I'd like the spread to be focused on jobs, parentheses, you know why, get me out of here. Hi. You got it, I'll do my best. Hi. Hello. Calling Mama like a cat. I mean, she's the one that chose to give herself a cat face and cat ears in her Damarachi Sona. She's the one that chose the cat aesthetic. I'm just going along with it. And the fact it worked because I was truly locked into Pokemon up until this point. Playing Pokemon without me? Rude. I'm kidding. Dang. I wish I was playing Pokemon, but I still have more queue I gotta go through. Ooh. When did the wrench change into shields? Hmm? I don't see it as a shield right now. I see wrenches. I was catching up with side quests because you caught up already. I don't know what you're talking about. What? What? You mean I've done all of the side quests because every time I see an exclamation point, I die? What? That's crazy. What? Literally, the only quest I have left is the one where I have to spend $1 million Poké-Dollars, and I don't have the money for it, so that's why I haven't done it. We see a blue shield? What? That's fascinating. I guess they want to change it because it's a sword on Twitch. On Twitch, it's a mod sword, so I guess YouTube is planning to change theirs to be a shield. That's so strange. You two are so cute together as besties. Thank you for saying as besties. Because if people keep shipping me and Hitomi, I am gonna lose it. I am gonna freak it. Okay. Maybe it's regional because it's still a wrench for me on YouTube. I see a wrench as well. Oh, interesting. It might be another slow rollout thing. That's gonna be weird to get used to. Now I can't yell get wrenched. Now I'm gonna have to yell get shield. Get shielded. That's not nearly as fun. Man, YouTube takes away all of my joy. I can no longer say Yuno Hanaki shit. Hanaki Yuno bracket Mialoon bracket.
Cute. Do better.
Lyrics, thank you for the $20 tip. I will read it in a bit. I can't freaking... I'm not gonna be able to say get wrenched anymore. It's Jover. Now you can knight them. I guess. I can knight them on Twitch. It's not the same thing on YouTube, though. Because they get the shield. Sucks. Alright, let's do this career reading for Miss Hitomi. I see wrench. I also see wrench. So I don't know what people are talking about. I don't know what people are talking about. Whatever. It's fine. I don't care. Okay. Past. So this is what career stuff was like in 2025. Reverse Sun. I think I've pulled the Sun already tonight. Reverse Sun. Material happiness, contentment. But, like, in a lesser sense. I think this basically goes to say that, like, at your job, you've been fine. Like, not content in the sense of, like, a comfortable contentment, but just in the sense of, like, it's a job. You make money. It's fine. Like, that kind of thing. Like, you don't really have, like, you don't necessarily have too much to complain about, but it's still kind of like, you know? Like, it's kind of not great, but not unlivable, I guess. As for the present, reverse 10 of swords. Reverse 10. Let's see. Sword is after cups. Advantage, profit, success, and favor, but none of these are permanent. So it seems going into 2026 career-wise, things are going to be going well, but there's like a lack of permanency. Things like might see like slight improvement in a lot of ways. I don't know if it necessarily is like at the current position or if you're going to find like a different position that you can like switch to or whatever. But it seems like it's only going to be like temporary success. Like there's still going to end up being something where it's just like, oh man, it's not like a perfect solution, I guess. But it will be good in the moment. It just won't last. And then 2026 as a whole. Reverse 4 of Cups. What's with Hitomi's shield? Apparently the mod symbol is going to be switching away from a wrench to a shield. So some people are seeing a shield while others are still seeing a wrench. Apparently. I don't know why they're switching it to a shield. I'm guessing it's to counter the fact that on Twitch, mods get swords. I see a shield too. It's weird! I still see the wrench! That's gonna bother me so bad. Well, whatever. What was it? Reverse... Oh, it's 4. I can't read. Reverse 4 of Cups. Let's see. Reverse 4. Novelty, Omen... New instructions, new relations. Okay. So to me, that reads as... I think you're going to make new connections with people this year. And I think you're going to be able to take advantage of these new relations and, like, make the changes that you need to. Especially with, like, the new instructions. I think this basically means like a change in position either at the place that you currently work, like maybe you'll get to work a different position at the store, or you're going to find a new position that has like a new set of instructions to it because you've like changed career whatever. Like you're working in an entirely new place, and so you have new work-based instructions and like new people to work alongside or whatever. But it seems like things are going to work out in that way. Like there's going to be something new, and to me it's very much reading like a new position, like a new job. So even though like in the moment a lot of the success that you're feeling is like transient.
Cute. Do better.
Even though you were the $10 tip, I'll read it in a moment. So even though it feels kind of transient, I think you will eventually find like that change. You'll find that new thing. And it will end up working out for you, it seems. According to the cards. It's being very vague, but that is what they are saying. Apparently. Okay. Hopefully that helps. I know how badly you want to get out of there. It looks like the cards think that you can. But the key seems to be in making, like, new connections, new relationships. And then you'll be able to start receiving those new instructions to work in a different position. Also, omens. I think you should start paying more attention to, like, omens that crop up around you. Like, if something seems like an omen, pay attention. And omens can be both good and bad, so if something seems ominous, pay attention. Make note of it. Kaya, are you still here? I'm playing the game called Look Outside and you're doing neither. Yeah, man. I am not looking and I am inside. Nishikino. Yes, yes. Government last name. Kaya Nishikino. Okay. Should I do an impulse trip to Japan this year? Got it, got it. It is your turn now. I am shuffling. I will hopefully be fast. Mods to whatever, man, at this point. That's crazy. Kaya Nishikino. Reminder, after Kaya, it's Radler. After Radler, it's Tokenai. After Tokenai, it's Abyssal J. After Abyssal J, it's TC Lee. After TC Lee, it's Big Papa John, technically. After Big Papa John, it's Tokenai again. After Tokenai, it's Radler again. After Radler, it's Ferrix again. And then after Ferrix, it's Nathan again. And then I should be done. Please, God. If more come in, it's fine. But yeah. I might be asleep by then. I know. I'm sorry. It's very, very, very backed up. But if it helps, you can always just check the VOD. Like, if you're gonna be asleep by then, you can always just check the VOD. Because you already wrote your question in. I'll just read it out loud for you, like, when I get to your, slot. And you can find it. Also, depending on availability of other people, the stream might be time-stamped. It's okay if it's not. But you can always just check the VOD. Do not worry. This is a very long VOD anyway, so... Okay. Let me finish this shuffle. You can never leave. Apparently, I'm stuck here. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, so past. Reverse 5 of Pentacles. Sometimes they don't have the Roman numeral on the card, and that's why I take a second, because I'm like, how many are on the thing? Reverse 5. Disorder, chaos, ruin, and discord. All right, so last time when you were trying to plan a trip to Japan, whether it was impulsive or otherwise, it seems like there was a little bit of a scramble. It seems like it was a bit difficult to get everything sorted. Maybe you had a hard time packing. Maybe you had a hard time like planning an itinerary. Maybe there were issues with the plane tickets. Maybe there were issues with your passport. I don't know. But it seems like it was pretty haphazardly done the last time you had an impulse trip to Japan. Or maybe just a trip to Japan in general. I don't know for sure. It seems like impulse trips do not usually work out. Or well, I shouldn't say that they don't work out. I should just say that it's very difficult to make them work out. Like there will always be a bit of struggle to get there. There's like a lot of hurdles. But that seems to be the initial interpretation. As for the present, reverse 6 of Pentacles. Oh, that's weird. 5 Pentacles and then 6 Pentacles, both reverse. Desire, envy, jealousy. What if it's like I wanted to go on one, but it fell through? That could also be part of it. Definitely, like, if it was something that completely fell through, then I think that reading would still make sense for that. But yeah, so it's saying that right now, the biggest thing that's, like, making you want this is desire, and perhaps, like, envy and jealousy are playing a really big part. There's like this meme going on the internet right now. I don't know if you've been seeing it necessarily, Kaya, but I know I've been seeing it on my pages about how like young adults like or like quarter life crises are you training for a marathon or are you making an impulsive trip to Japan? Like there's like this meme of like how many people are like planning to just go to Japan right now. And so it feels like a lot of people around in like the young adult demographic seem to be going to Japan. You're either going to Japan, you're like practicing to run a marathon, or you're I don't remember what the third one was. I think there was a third one, but that seems to be a big thing for like quarter life crises and like young adult crises. So I think it's that envy of like other people who are like impulse going to Japan that might be like fueling the desire. And then also just like that typical yearning that happens where like after you go to Japan once, so I hear, people usually are like immediately thinking about how soon they can go back to Japan and all the things they can do once they are able to be back in Japan. It seems that Japan is just like a really good place to go for a trip, and then you just kind of become obsessed with it. I saw a random tweet that was like, before you go on your Japan trip, you're always thinking about the places you're going to go after Japan, but then after your Japan trip, all you can think about is the next time you go to Japan. So I think that's like kind of what's happening here. Just overall like desire and like jealousy of others that are able to go to Japan or are like posting pictures of their current trips in Japan, and it's just like, now I think I need to go to Japan. I'm saying the word Japan so much it's starting to not sound like a real place. Anyway. Now for the future, which is basically where we find out if you really should or shouldn't go. Upright 3 of Pentacles. So we've got a lot of pentacles here. Very interesting to me. Upright 3. Card of nobility, aristocracy, renown, and glory. Outlook good. Renown and glory. Something tells me that this particular trip to Japan, should you be able to take it, it's hard to really say what glory means within this context, but it seems that it would be a really good thing to do. I think you're going to have like a pretty good trip. It seems like something important is going to happen on this trip. I was going to say you're going to make a lot of content out of it, but that's not necessarily like inherently true. But it seems that going on this trip will be really good for you, like really lucrative. And it will do good things for you and provide some sort of, like, richness, value. Something like that. You are being rewarded for that, like, envy and jealousy of others. It seems that it will be good for you to go, and you will get to have, like, an equally good trip, is how I'm going to interpret it. I'm going to see my nail lady. Yeah, I mean, if that's what would make it valuable for you, then that's what the cards are saying. She's so excited. I love that for you. I hope you have a very good trip. Whenever you manage to go. Okay. Booking and flying tomorrow? Oh god. That is very, very impulsive. Well, I suppose if you have the means to do so. Okay, Rattler Striker. If you are here. The future, love/romance, whichever you think would be more fun. I mean, I don't really have a preference. And you asked for another question for, like, later, so... If you have a preference for which one you would like, feel free to specify if you're here. If you're not here, I'll give it a couple minutes, and then I will just make a choice for myself, I guess. Should fly business class? Do you have the money for business class? Isn't that expensive? I don't actually know. I've never flown on a plane. The only things I know about airplanes are the things I hear from, like, podcasts of other influencers who regularly fly. I really don't know anything about flying. I don't really know what the differences are between all of the classes. I know first class is probably really expensive. Oh, I just kind of assumed business would also be a bit expensive. Just get a free upgrade, how hard could it be? Isn't that RNG? Question mark? I guess romance because my other one is kind of about the future. Okay. Do you want to know what I play otherwise? Sure. What do you play? What games do you like? Sorry, I couldn't answer sooner. I'm driving. Oh, no problem. Like I said, I was gonna wait a couple minutes to see. Also, please don't text and drive. Be safe. Love reading it is. The game is called Look Outside. Didn't you say that already? Like, yes, I know you were playing Look Outside, and I said that I was not doing any of that. That was part of the bit. The joke. Can I have a reading about my future of texting and driving? No! Oh god. That would give me so much stress. Okay. Love a reading it is. Okay, passed. Reverse Knight of Swords. Swords, and then Reverse Knight. Incapacity and extravagance. So, I think this means that your relationships were, like, very, well, lack of a better term, extravagant. Maybe you had a lot of, like, big, grand gestures. Maybe things that you were doing for your partner, maybe things that your partner was also doing for you. I think that it was like a very, like, showy kind of dynamic, perhaps. Or maybe you're just the kind of person that tends to do like big extravagant gestures for your partner because you like to just, you're the kind of person that likes to shout your love from the rooftops type of thing. So like very, very like big shows of affection, very big like, maybe big gifts for your partner, things like that. That's kind of the vibe that I am personally seeing. Like, you invest a lot and you're willing to, like, put, like, everything into it. So relationships feel very, like, extravagant and kind of, like, rich in that way. Present standing, upright page of cups. So we've got a male peer that is offering you a cup in this trying time. So, you know, like I said, this is kind of like a connection with like a friend or a peer, somebody, a guy around your age specifically. News, message, reflection. It seems to me that like there's maybe like a person in your life who's been like, they're doing the thing where it's like, hey man, I think I know this girl. Not like full on hooking you up, but like telling you about girls that they know in hopes that you might express interest. And also, like, the whole thing about, like, news and, like, being informed. I think this person is, like, kind of trying to be a wingman for you and is trying to, like, give you opportunities. There's someone, like, in your life, close to you in age that is a guy that has been, like, trying to get you to, like, put yourself back out there and to, like, pursue certain opportunities that they think would be a good match. You might want to listen to them because this is an upright card. They're trying to offer you a boon. They're trying to offer you something good here. And this is the card for the present. Like, this represents the present for you. So I think that sometime soon this guy is going to try to like present these ideas, try to get these ideas into your brain. And as for the future, whether or not that works out is reverse star. So we've got a major arcana on our hands. Impotence and haughtiness. So to me, I think haughtiness is kind of the word that's sticking out the most. I think it's not necessarily the potential partner who's going to be haughty. I think there's a chance that you're going to have to be mindful of your own haughtiness. The idea that I'm seeing in my head is you've kind of been like rejecting ideas from this guy before, and then you're gonna finally give it a shot. But you're going to be going into it with that mindset of like, ugh, I don't even think this is really gonna work. Like, I think this is kind of saying that there's a chance you're gonna turn your nose up at the person that you're going to try and make this connection with through your friend's suggestion or like your peer's suggestion. And I think that that would be something to kind of, like, avoid. I think you shouldn't turn your nose up too immediately. Don't judge books by their covers, etc., etc. I think if you're willing to go in with an open mind and, like, an open understanding that, like, this is truly, like, somebody that is on your level is trying to get you to see the value in this person, I think that it could end up working out if you are able to, like, put that bias, like, to kind of shove that bias down. But this could also be on the side of the potential partner as well. They might also have to put some of their own haughtiness to the side so that they can try and connect with you too. It is hard to say one way or the other, but I think that haughtiness would be the thing that could potentially get in the way of this relationship going well. Depending. But I hope that was able to offer some clarity. Basically, if a bro says, I know this person that you might be attracted to, consider listening. Because it just seems that there's going to be a messenger who's going to provide you something good. Sounds like I'm gonna drop the ball again. No, I believe in you. You can do it. I believe in you. Don't drop the ball.
Yeah, no problem.
Drive safe. It might be a little bit before we get to your specific next one, so drive safe. It is so late. And I still have more. Tokenai, you're up next. Kinda curious about love now. You got it. Another love reading. You got it, dude. Okay. So many. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Love reading. Isla-sama! Man, I was hoping to raid you. It's so ironic that you ended up raiding me. Isla-sama! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hi, cool nights. Hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome. Purple Princess raid. Purple Princess raid? Oh my goodness. Is that about me? Is that about me? Just play about us? Little slow to pull the trigger. You're done with the reading? I'm not. In my head, though, I wasn't sure how long Isla-sama was going to be streaming, so I was planning to raid her. I also thought this stream was going to be a lot shorter, though. That's kind of on me. More people wanted readings than I thought. I'm in the middle of doing a love reading for somebody right now. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. In case you somehow do not know me or you don't recognize me because it's been a while since you've seen me, I'm Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V singer group Mielion. I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of yapping. I play a lot of cozy games and story-based games, and I do voice acting and stuff. And I also just recently had a re-debut and a complete rebrand, so now I'm purple. Hi, now I'm purple. Oh, and also, Isla-sama made my logo. My new logo for being rebranded and being Orpal. So, if you like Isla-sama, she made my logo. You can see it on the header of my YouTube channel if you look. But yeah. Hi, Isla-sama. I hope you had a good stream. I hope everything's going okay. 10-hour reading. God, it honestly might get close. Kawaii. She made your logo? No way. Yeah, she did. You want to see it? Do you want to see it right now? Because she's so cool. You want to see it right now? Miss Isla Coleman and Isla Coleman graphic design is her passion? Get a load of this! She made this! Isla-sama made this for me! Isla-sama is so good and big brain, I love her. Also, I'm a very big Cold Knight too. I am one of you. That's why I was thinking about raiding her, but unfortunately, my stream ended up really long, so I didn't get the chance to. But I still hope you guys had fun. Feel free to stick around and hang out with us if you'd like. Also, if you would happen to also like a reading, it is 10 dull hairs. You can make a request for a general reading for the year, like an outlook for the year. You can ask for love, you can ask for things like gacha luck, you can ask for like career advice. And like more specific questions I can also work with, but try not to feed me too much information because it could influence how I read the cards. If you're at all interested. But anyways, thank you. Keep streaming until she's on again. Why do you guys want me to stream for the rest of my life? Why do you never want me to end stream? I don't understand this. What is with the desire to keep Yuno Hanaki in frickin' prison? Why are we like this, hmm? Why do you want this for me? David Portnoff, thank you for the follow, and we met our follower goal over on Twitch. Thank you. So it'll take off the stream jail time? It's gonna take way more than that.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
It's gonna take way, way more than that. You know the prettiest Oni? I'm going to cry. You can't say that to me, Isla Coleman. I'm going to cry. I love you so much. I love you so much, Isla-sama. I hope you're doing okay. Thank you for the raid. Guys. She said I'm the prettiest Oni. Guys. Guys, you don't understand. Guys, you don't understand. This is the best year. She said I'm pretty. My favoriteest princess said that I'm pretty. Yippee. Yippee. And also yay. So late, but 2.0 Merito. No, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! You can say 2.0 Merito to me literally like 5 years from now, and I would be like, thank you. Don't even worry about it. Thank you. 2026 really is going to be your year. It is. I'm going to frame this and I'm going to put it on my wall. I'm going to think about it every day. That she said that I'm pretty. Blah, I'm gonna explode. Okay, let me do this freaking love reading before I forget about it. Ay. Okay. Love reading. Boop, 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 boop. I subscribe because you seem to be good friends with Isla-sama. I love her. A lot of the reason why I even bothered to audition for Kawaii was because I love Isla Coleman. I was a big Cold Knight. I watched her a lot, even before I auditioned. I auditioned to Kawaii twice. First time I didn't get in. Second time I was very fortunate and I did. And then I was also very lucky to get to talk to Isla-sama and hang out with Isla-sama. And I don't know, I just feel like one of the luckiest Cold Knights ever on Earth. Thank you. But no, I do adore her, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. The princess ever. Okay. Let me do this reading. I can't keep getting distracted by my love for Isla Coleman. Ah. Okay, so past. Tokenai, this is the card that represents your romantic past. Reverse King of Swords. Okay, swords. Oh my gosh, okay. Cruelty, perversity, barbarity. You had it rough, didn't you? I don't think this is about any one relationship, but it does seem that in terms of past relationships, things were a little bit dicey. Whew. It seems that things were not very good. Situationships did a number on me. That'll do it. That definitely explains the cruelty and perversity part. Yeah, it seems like those more casual relationships or like things that were just based on like being slightly more transactional just kind of had a rough negative impact on your love life in the past. Again, not necessarily immediate past, but past nonetheless. As for how you're feeling about it in the present, reverse Wheel of Fortune.
Reverse Wheel of Fortune? Do you just mean Jeopardy?
Anyway, reverse Wheel of Fortune. Increase, abundance, superfluity. Like superfluous, basically. So it seems that you are not lacking in choice. It seems in your current situation that there has been an increase in potential, romantic partners. Maybe the dating pool has widened in recent times. Maybe you've had, like, interest in multiple people at once. Maybe you've had a couple, like, casual dates. Maybe you're, like, on the dating apps, and so your dating pool has kind of expanded. I don't know. I don't really understand modern dating. I'm over 200 years old. I don't understand modern dating. I miss the days of courtship. Anyways. But it just seems like there's, like, plenty of option. There's, like, plenty of, like, abundantly available romantic possibilities. Whether or not you're looking for them, though, is another story. I don't have that particular bit of information with this card. But it's just telling me that there are options. There are cool people, but they're kind of friends right now. That's fair. So there's, like, there is options, and it seems like there's plenty of them. But, like, you're still at, like, the friend stage. Makes sense to me. But as for your future... Reverse... 8 of Pentacles. Once again, I was like, how many are on there? Having to do quick counting. Lord help me. Reverse 8. Voided ambition, cupidity. What is the exact definition of cupidity again? Because, like, my instinct is to cling to that word because it has cupid in it, but I need to actually know what it means. Let me refresh myself on that. Cupidity. Greed for money or possessions. Okay, never mind then. Never mind then. That's not right. Okay. Let's see. Vanity is also an interesting word to get here. I think voided ambition might not necessarily be relevant, but maybe, like, vanity. The overall vibe I'm getting from this is that, like, even though you have an abundance of options, you're not really, like, open to looking. There might be some aspects of, like, personal vanity that are, like, holding you back from making something, like, take that next step forward or, like, being the one to approach. I think you are wanting to be approached. That's the interpretation of vanity that is making the most sense to me. I think, to me, this is reading like you want someone to kind of approach you and kind of, like, flirt with you, maybe, instead of being the one to have to, like, navigate that transition from friends into romantic prospects, question mark. So, like, it's vanity in the sense of you want to be the one that is coveted. You want to be the one that is, like, approached by somebody. And that's not a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing to want. But it's basically saying, like, you have a lot of options available to you right now, and in the future, it's gonna just kind of lead to you, like, not paying attention to them in a way. Or, like, you're gonna be more likely to leave people, like, off to the side because you would rather them be the ones to approach you first. So that might be something to kind of keep in mind, like, to kind of try to keep the vanity in check. It seems like you're already pretty open-minded to relationships, but it might just be about, like, just not really looking right now also. I kind of see that, definitely seem more goal-focused at the moment. I relate. I can understand that perspective. Makes sense to me. But yeah, hopefully that offered a little bit of clarity. Next is Abyssal J, if you are still here. I might have to put up, like, a text warning and, like, unpin the messages because I think I need to call this soon. My throat hurts really bad even when I drink water. I might need to call it soon. I'm dying. But I want to try and at least clear out the queue because I have so many more. But I might have to close it just out of preservation. Part 2. I'll do it in part 2. Poor Yuno. No, I'm fine. Do you have Peipakoa? I do not actually own any. I did put it on my throne wish list, but I don't have any in my possession right now. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. But no, it's fine. I think I can get through the rest of these. I'm just saying, like, I think I need to close the queue and not run the risk of this going longer. Which is basically gonna mean I'm gonna take away the pinned messages. I'm gonna unpin these. And then I'm just gonna not... We're just gonna not add any more to the queue. No more to the queue, please. No more, please. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm not saying oh my god at you guys. It's the neighbors again. Can they stop? They're so noisy. I got so scared for a second. What is going on over there? Actually heard that one? Fuck. Now that's how you know it's bad. That you can actually hear it through the noise filters on my mic. They were super loud earlier today again, too. It's getting so bad. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing that's so loud. Like, I'm not being very loud. I don't think they're telling me to be quiet. No idea what's going on. Neighbors want a reading. Oh, God. I pull out 3 random cards and they just say, you are loud. That's what the cards say. You are loud and you need to be quieter. Freaking yikes. Let me put a text thing on screen too, just in case. That says it's closed. Do I have a text? I don't have a text on here. Okay, I gotta add a text source. Q is closed. I forgot how to spell Q for a moment. That's how you can tell I'm getting tired. Because I normally know how to spell that word. That is not usually one that gives me pause. Too big. I'll make it smaller. There we go. Q. Q is closed. You know, forgetting how to write, you know it's serious. Oh, I know how to write still. I just, in my head, I was like, Q-U-E... U... I couldn't remember. My brain's slowing down, but I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm okay. But okay. Abyssal J wants a general reading. I hope everyone else took all the bad luck out of the pool. Well, my cards kind of decide for themselves whether or not all the bad luck is gone. It depends on how lucky you have been. Or will be. Okay. Okay. Past, what was your 2025 like? Upright, 9 of Pentacles. Upright 9. Safety, success, accomplishment. Okay, so your 2025 was actually pretty good, according to the cards. Maybe not, like, entirely good. I can't say one way or the other, but it seems like the overall interpretation of your 2025 was that you had a lot of accomplishments. You were pretty successful. Maybe you had goals that you were able to pretty easily accomplish. Maybe you did something good in your career. Maybe you had, like, a really fruitful relationship. I don't know. It could be literally anything. But the interpretation overall is that you were quite accomplished. Things were good. And then you also were, like, going about it with, like, great discernment. I think you just had, like, a good head on your shoulders throughout the course of the year. And that's what allowed you to be as successful as you were. Another surprisingly good 2025. As for how things are right now, upright 10 of swords. Upright 10 is pain, affliction, sadness, and desolation. Also, it says whatsoever is intimated by the design, and the design is a guy laying face down on the ground with all 10 swords stabbing into his back. So, still not quite good. It looks like this month, and like kind of like the way that the tone of 2026 has been set, is not looking so good. Pain and affliction. Maybe you got injured, to interpret it literally, or like maybe there was something that like you experienced that hurt you in some way. It could be more so emotional or mental. Some sort of like big event might have happened. I don't know. I can't be too specific. I'm just reading it as it comes in. So that, like, even though 2025 was going pretty well, it feels like this one has kind of started off on the wrong foot. Not always good to hear. But as for the rest of the year, we've got upright 9 of swords. So we've got 10 of swords and 9 of swords right next to each other. Upright 9 is death, failure, delay, despair. It looks like because the year started on a pretty bad foot that it's going to continue to be that way. This is one of the few cards that actually outright mentions death. I wouldn't take it to be like a literal like loss of life from somebody close to you or anything. Like you don't have to doom spiral. I'm like holding out my hands like don't doom spiral. But I think that like it's starting out pretty bad and it seems to be continuing. Like it does seem that there's going to be a bit of a downward trend. Particularly that idea of like despair is pretty big. This image is like 9 swords hanging on the wall, and then there's like a guy sitting in a bed covering their face as they cry. So I think that there might just be like a great heavy weight that might end up being placed upon you this year through whatever XYZ event could end up occurring. And it could make you cry. It could be enough to bring you to tears. But there is nothing inherently wrong with crying. Obviously, crying is an important thing to do. It's like one of the best ways to get the negative emotions out, even if it sucks to cry. So outlook is not great, but I think that because 2025 ultimately had a lot of like accomplishments, I think that you will be okay. I think that even if this year is a little bit more negative than 2025, I think you're still going to come out of it all right. And as I've said to everyone else who's kind of gotten a negative reading, the future can always be changed. Just because it's what the cards are saying right now doesn't mean it's going to remain that way forever and that you're like doomed. Because you're not doomed. It'll be okay. All right. Next is TC Lee, who asked for a Bobitsa reading. What do you mean by Bobitsa reading? Can you elaborate, please? Belated Cole raid. Thank you for coming in with the raid. Hope you had a good stream with Ayla-sama. Will it be good? The Bobitsa? Or are you asking about the year? Tokenai, thank you for suggesting a poll. Bobitsa, yes or yes? Okay. Sure. Oh god, I can't spell. Well, no.
My. Looks like we'll need more drinks.
Oh, we actually got a Twitch raid. So you got to hear the Twitch raid alert. Starcross, thank you so much for the raid. Give me 1 second. I have been forced to make a poll. I will shout you out momentarily. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What were you guys doing? Hope it was fun. I appreciate the short, please. I'm crying. All I can do is my best. Help me. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. You're doing art? Awesome. Love to hear it. Very productive, creative little stream there. The Bobitsa for the Donathon goal. There wasn't a Bobitsa for the Donathon goal. What am I doing? My best. I feel that. That's been me tonight. The only reason Bobitsa has been brought up is because I was going to, I think I said I was going to eat it if once I finally clear out the remaining time debt. But I'm not eating the bad one. I'm gonna actually be trying to see if I can get the good one. I'm not gonna be eating the bad one. So this isn't gonna quite work the way that you want it to, but since you asked, I'll try to do it. No anchovies this time. Yeah, no. No anchovies. That was hell. The fact that the boba somehow managed to absorb the taste of the anchovy was awful. It basically turned into fish egg and it was bad. I did not like that. It was awful and gross, and I don't want to do that ever again. No, thank you. I have lived my life having dealt with that, and it will not occur again. Thanks. Okay. Let's find out if the second iteration of Bobitsa is going to be any good. We'll see. Easy fix, ask for a pizza with no toppings or sauce, order caramel sauce and boba pearls elsewhere. I mean, I think, unless they've spoiled, I have the instant boba pearls from last time still. I have to see if they have an expiration date. But I could probably just use those. Or I guess I'll just have to buy the same ones again. But you make a good point. Instead of caramel sauce, though, I think it has to be brown sugar. Like a brown sugar sauce. If that's possible to find. Reverse 3 of cups. So the last time I had Bobitsa, it was reverse 3. Achievement end. I mean, I did eat the Bobitsa for a subscriber goal. And I did end my happiness. So that's pretty accurate to how I felt the first time I tried to eat the Bobitsa. It's literally the same thing though, but it's not. Caramel is like purposefully like way sweeter. Brown sugar has a complete different vibe to it. A Bobitsa? Yeah, you weren't here for that, I don't think, so you aren't aware. I think this was my 5K subscriber goal. Way too low. Way too low. I should have aimed for something higher for that. But my manager suggested that if I managed to meet a particular goal, I would eat a boba pizza. And the pizza that my manager was thinking of at the time was a sweet dessert pizza that I think you get in like Taiwan or China. That has like brown sugar, syrup as like a sauce, and then like a sweet cheese topping. And then it's covered in the boba pearls, and the boba pearls are also like in like a brown sugar kind of like liquid soaked sauce thing, like boba tea. Like a brown sugar boba tea, basically, but on like a pizza, so it's like a dessert pizza. That was what my manager was thinking of, but because I can't get that in Onigashima, I was trying to figure out what I should do as like a replacement, and the solution was for me to just get a regular pizza and put boba pearls on it, and then we decided that that was kind of lame for what we were like asking for as the incentive. And so I opened it up to chat to ask what else I should put on the pizza, and so that pizza ended up having the boba pearls, Bulldog fire noodles, pineapple, anchovies. What else was on it? God, I can't remember. I can't remember what else was on it, but I remember those key ingredients for sure. And I, like, ordered it from a local pizza place that I really like. And I was upset about the anchovies because I really don't like seafood. And everyone was just like, it's fine, you know, they just taste like salt. They don't even really taste like seafood. They did not taste just like salt. I did taste the fishiness. But I ate, I think, like a slice and a half of that pizza to celebrate getting 5,000 subscribers. And ever since then, chat has not let me live it down. They constantly bring it up. And so now, when it comes to getting Bobitsa again, the only way that I will get it now is if I, like, make it properly and I eat it like an actual dessert. Savory mixed with sweet and a bit of acquired taste. That is certainly a way to describe it. Anyway, present. The hermit. Upright hermit. Where is the hermit? There we go. Prudence, corruption, roguery. I mean, the Bobitsa certainly did corrupt me and destroy me as an individual, so I also think that is accurate. But how will the actual proper Bobitsa taste? Upright 7 of Wands. So that's the case of, like, the guy fending off the, like, 6 enemies. That's me fending you guys off. You're not corrupting this pizza. You're not taking this from me. I have the high ground, Anakin. So I'm probably gonna win. It looks like when I properly eat the, like, actual good Bobitsa, it's going to be actually tasty. And you guys are not going to be able to ruin it with your filth. You can't make me put gross shit on it. I win. Victory is for me. Me I have. Aw, man. Don't aw man me. Good to hear it'll hopefully work out, apparently, according to the cards. Love this for me. We need a W in this household. Okay. Big Papa John, are you still here? Because, Tuki donated so that you could get a reading. You think you're winning, then here comes the 7th Damadashi with a steel chair. There's only 6 of them. If I pulled the 8 of Wands, then you could have an argument, but there's only 6 extra wands besides mine, so there's no way for there to be a 7th one. I pinged him? That's crazy. That's crazy. What if he's asleep, man? He is not asleep, trust. I see. Well, I will wait then. In the meantime, I shall just shuffle. I'm going to remember you as the cute fortune-telling girl at the cursed pizza now. I'll take it, I guess. At least I'm memorable. At least I'm memorable. At least I've made an impact. We take those. There is more to me, too. You just happen to have caught me while I am fortune-telling. Fortune-telling isn't really my main brand, though. This is just kind of a side hobby that I have. There's a lot of things to remember you for. Yeah. Lots of things. Like the fact that I loved a particular otome game so much that I asked the artist for that otome game to be my new art mama. Never forget. Never ever forget. They said I could be reborn as anything I wanted, and I chose to be reborn in the same art style as my favorite anime husband. This is the first time I'm seeing this new hair on Purple, and I gotta say it looks really great on her. Yeah! This is an official alt hairstyle that my mama designed. When I requested the model, I asked for the default hairstyle to stay, but it was like redone in my mama's vision. And then the second hairstyle she designed herself. These were two parts of two different hairstyles that I just mashed together because I liked them. But this is technically all my mama's creation. I really like it. It's cute. Okay, welcome in. So what is your question? It is your turn for your reading, so what would you like to ask the cards? You can ask for a general 2026 outlook. You can ask for a career check. You can ask for a romance check. You can ask for a gacha luck check. You can ask a more specific question if you happen to have one. Anything. Who is this for again? Big Papa John. Is his days numbered? You can't ask for him! Shoo! Shoo! Get out of here! Anyway, 2026 love reading? Got it. Yes, they are. You guys are so fucking mean to each other. That's crazy. Guy comes back into the chat and the first thing that happens is everyone's just like, is he gonna fucking die? Crazy. He knows what he did? Well, I don't know what happened. You can't just sit here and vague post in my chat. That's crazy. Alright, love reading. I am shuffling the cards. They've gotten so many VTubers to say my days are numbered. That's crazy. Why would they do that? We're making a compilation for him? Ah, I see. Yet he's still standing, a testament to his will. What does that even mean? There's literally someone whose username is, and I'm not kidding, oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm not adding to the compilation. I think that's mean, so I'm not gonna read it out loud, but I understand. This man's done nothing to me. I'm not adding to this compilation. This just seems mean-spirited. I'm just sitting here minding my business. What if I bribe you? No. I am sticking to my standards. Sticking to my guns. Would you do it for a 20? After how much I've made today, I don't need it. Thanks, though. We need him. You're not wailing to get me to be mean to a random person. That's so fricked up. The funniest one was when Tomoe was saying hi to everyone. Oh, during the stream where she only said hi if people said hi in chat? That's actually kind of funny. I will admit that that's pretty good. I have to admit that that is a pretty funny bit. Okay, let me do this love reading. That was a great stream. It was. I was only there for a little bit. I didn't type hi in chat, but I thought that the bit was very funny. I was just like, brilliant banger stream idea. I have to file that away for later. Okay. Past. This is what previous relationships were like for you. We have reverse 4. Yeah, that's 4. Reverse 4 of swords. Or sword adventure. Let's see. 4 is back here. Precaution and testament. So I think that you tend to be a very cautious person when it comes to approaching people for romantic relationships. Maybe you're also just cautious in your relationships in general. Testament, I think, sticks out to me because I believe that this is basically saying that you have had primarily good relationships, and people that you have been in relationships with can, like, give testament to how good of a partner that you were. It seems like, also, like, wise administration, I think, is a pretty good expression here for this. Like, I think that you are considered, like, pretty wise. Maybe you're, like, one of those people that's, like, really good at offering advice for other people's romantic relationships. Maybe you tend to be the kind of, like, sounding board for other people where they'll, like, come to you to vent about, like, a person that they want to, like, confess to, or, like, someone that they're, like, wanting to pursue romantically, and you're able to offer some pretty good advice as well. People can basically, like, testify that you are a very good partner, and that you have had a pretty decent romantic history, for lack of a better term. I apologize if my descriptions get a little bit repetitive, or if I lose my train of thought a lot. We are getting later and later into the night, so my brain might not be able to interpret things as well going forward. But I'll keep doing my best. So present. We have upright, upright 9 of cups. 9 of cups. Going to work now? Okay, have a good day at work. Okay, upright 9 of cups. Cups is usually good. Victory, success. Satisfaction for the querent, or person for whom the consultation is made. Okay. So this is meant to be satisfactory for you. It seems that right now, you've been pretty successful. I think this also means that you're quite content with how things are for you in the moment. Maybe you have been talking with someone and you've been getting along really well. Maybe there has been someone who has expressed interest in you, which is like another sign of success. But yeah, it does seem like things are working out pretty well. This also technically means that things are gonna be going well for Tuki too. But no, it seems like things are pretty good. We're getting this idea that you definitely have the advantage with this situation as well. How this is going to apply to your romantic future is upright King of Cups. Oh shit. Once again, when it comes to a person that appears on the King of Cups, that means that there is a person in your life that is going to be offering something to you, and they are going to be part of the reason why things are plentiful, why things end up in abundance. Specifically with a king, this means that there is going to be a guy in some kind of position of power. It can sometimes be an older man. It can sometimes be like just someone who's like on like a higher, in like a higher ranking position, something like that. But there's going to be a guy who's like quite influential in some way. Could be like a boss, like a teacher, something like that. Someone who's going to be able to give you like really good advice and basically like bestow things upon you. So it's not even just like the sense of like, how do I word this? Basically there's just going to be like a person in your life, probably a guy, who is going to offer like really good advice and insight. The notes specifically say things like a man of business, law, or divinity, like just somebody who can like really provide that sort of like service to you. Like they have like an abundance of knowledge. This card is also usually tied to things like arts and sciences, and like creative intelligence. So perhaps there's like a male creative influence or like a scientist type of person. Somebody who's very, very knowledgeable, who is then going to be able to bestow good things upon you. When it comes to romance, I usually think people with cups is a sign that like this person is going to try and hook you up with someone. They're gonna kind of try to play matchmaker, and you should probably listen to them. Whoever this guy is, they seem to have a pretty solid idea of like a potential good match for you. They are going to try to provide you a blessing within the romantic field. So I would listen. If you have anybody who tries to offer options to you or like has been trying to push a particular person onto you, you might need to listen. At least that's what the cards are saying. The outlook seems pretty good. You pulled a lot of cups, which means like there is going to be a strong sense of like abundance and good things coming. Because they usually refer to like a person's wealth and like material goods and like all of that kind of stuff. And also like the more non-literal things like the wealth of intelligence, creative inspiration, etc., etc. Things are good. Getting a lot of cups is a good sign for your future. He'll be married by March. I didn't say that. I didn't say all of that. This is good to think about? Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking. This is a reading for all of 2026, bro. This is not happening as soon as the end of the first quarter. You have blessed our group chat tonight? Well, good. I hope the vibes are good. Let's mark the date. You guys are crazy. Thank you for the head pat. Okay. Next is the general reading for Tokenai. After Tokenai is Radler's more specific question, then Felix again, and then Nathan. And then we're done, okay? These are the last ones. We're done. I can rest. I am now like 2 hours into what is supposed to be my day off. We're nearly at a 6-hour stream. We were memeing about this stream being 6 hours. Frick. I talk too much. That's also part of the problem. General reading? I sure hope he can. Ha 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 ha. I sure hope he can read. We make things happen here. I mean, I'm very grateful. I know I keep complaining about it, seemingly, but I'm having fun. If I really didn't think I could keep doing this, I would have stopped, like, ages ago. But I did have to cut the queue when I did. I was joking earlier, but she took it literally. I didn't do it! What the hecky? Be sure to check your tags later. Okay, I will. I'll have to check before I go to bed, because when it's, Wednesday is my particular, like, no work day, so I, like, barely even check my socials, so I'll have to check before bed so that Hitami won't yell at me. 07 Yuno voice. If this is the second time ever I do such a long stream that I end up with laryngitis, I don't know what I'll do with myself. Be embarrassed, I guess, probably. Be embarrassed, I guess. Also die. It's gonna slide when we're in as a cruel joke, but didn't want to be mean. The queue is closed. Do you see the text? Even if you did one right now, I wouldn't accept it because the queue is closed. The queue is closed. It is no longer open for business. So punch the pillow. Me pulling out the Damadachi plush and just punching it like stupid, stupid, stupid. Before you closed it? Oh, okay, I guess if you managed to sneak it in before I properly closed it, that would be a skill issue on my part. You know, Hanaki man. Please do. You wouldn't be able to feel it unless the trick with the Damadachi plush that you gifted me is that it's actually a voodoo doll. You wouldn't be able to feel me punching it. Because that also means the opposite. That means every time I hug it when I go to sleep that you feel that too, and that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, and I would die of cringe. It's the thought that counts? What does bro mean by this? I'd just hide in the plush. Fair. Good place to hide. Yoshi hugs us. Of course I do. That plushie is small enough that it's always the one that I default to when I go to play like a scary game or if I'm like watching a scary movie or whatever. That's always the default one that I grab. Because it's small and also flat. So I'm able to like hug it and like lean forward at my desk and stuff, and it usually doesn't get in the way. He's just a little guy. A little guy. Okay. General reading. So how was your 2025, Mr. Token Eye? Upright 6 of Pentacles. Oh, okay, good night. Rest well. Upright 6. Presents, gifts, gratification. Attention and vigilance. Okay, so overall very positive. You had a pretty positive 2025, it seems. Presents and gifts. Gratification. So I take this to mean that you like received a lot of material goods. Or you were able to like fulfill a lot of your like gratificational desires. I don't think gratificational is a word, but you get what I mean. I think you're able to like fulfill material needs pretty well in 2025. Attention and vigilance. I think you were staying very aware of things going on around you throughout the year. Present prosperity is another word that comes up with this one. So to me that reads as just like, it was a good year, for lack of a better term. Overall things were pretty good. Maybe you were like collecting more like goods. Maybe you had access to more, I don't know how else to word it. But like it's the card is specifically talking about like material items, like not even just money, but it was kind of just saying like you had a lot of material wealth and you were able to obtain like goods and like presents and like you were kind of spoiled, like not necessarily in a bad way, but just like in the sense of you were able to receive a lot of things. 2025 was a year of things. I guess, is like the way that it's kind of trying to explain it to me. Here at the start of 2026, this little transition into the new year, Upright Emperor. This is a good one to get. Somebody else got Upright Emperor for their start of the year as well. Major Arcana, by the way. Let me get the description for him. Stability, power, protection, conviction, and reason. So you're going into this year with, like, pretty solid resolve. Like, you know kind of what you're wanting out of the year. You know how to, like, look after yourself and take care of yourself in order to accomplish this. The conviction and, like, also reason. You're being very reasonable, like, very logical. I always kind of envision the Emperor as being, like, a very, like, protective, like, guardian type of person. So I feel like you are protecting, like, yourself as well as, like, the things and, in some cases, the people that are very important to you. You have the means to go into the year, like, very strongly. You have, like, a very good head on your shoulders. So you have, like, a lot of, like, the smarts and, like, the wisdom to kind of back up your smarts. You're basically set up pretty well for success at the start of this year. And as for the rest of it, Upright Moon. Dumb moon. Let's see. Hidden enemies, danger, deception, error. I think because you're going into it from the perspective of the Emperor, though, you're going to be kind of aware of all of these things happening. I don't think you're going to necessarily be caught unawares. I think, because the Emperor usually symbolizes, like, great power and, like, conviction, I think you're going to be able to take on any of these incoming, like, negative things, like, pretty easily, in the sense of, like, you won't back down from it necessarily. It won't be something that, like, fully deters you from having a good rest of the year. It'll just be something that, like, is still going to be present. Like, it's still going to be something that, like, opposes you, but you have the skills already in, like, your tools, your tool belt, to be able to, like, confront it and be fine. So while the moon is kind of implying it's not going to be the best year, like, there might be some negative things that come up, I think you have the means to handle it. You are a very strong person. The cards are saying that you are strong and you are well equipped to fight. So you're going to be able to fight through it and come out on the other side. Outlook good. From what I can see. Yes. Looks like deployment is gonna sound like a doozy. Seems so. But I'm glad that I could offer some guidance, if even a little bit. Okay. Radler, more donations, you say. I guess a more specific one would be, will I continue to succeed at my new job because I've been enjoying it? A career question. Got it, got it. After this is Felix, if you are still here, and then after that is Nathan for Car Ear. And then I'm done. So there's only 3, I guess technically 2 after I do this one. I'm almost there. I'm nearly there. I can do it. Maybe if I'm fast, I can finish this before 3 a.m. Help me. I stayed up until 4 a.m. last night. I can't believe I'm doing this to myself again. I'm truly turning more and more night owl. Yikes. Yikes. 41 minutes remain. Ah! It's fine. I can get through it. I'm strong. I believe in myself. I believe in myself. I'm strong. One of us. I mean, I am kind of already a night owl. I do tend to stay up pretty late. But, like, I didn't expect to be up this late. Especially, I didn't expect to be up this late streaming. It's different when I, like, end stream late in the evening and then I just, like, veg for a few hours. It's bad when I end stream really late because then when I go to do my vegging, it means I'm going to be vegging out until, like, the sunrise. And that's going to get in the way of my proper resting. I pale-ish. It's fine, though. Okay. Okay. Time to sleep till 2 p.m. No! I only get 2 days off a week. I want to be able to enjoy it. Want to be able to enjoy it and play video games with my bestie. And watch anime with my bestie. And, you know, have like a good day. I mean, sleeping until 2 p.m. would be a good day, but that's too much time to sleep. That's crazy. Okay. Will I continue to succeed at my new job? Let's find out. So in the past, Upright Fool. Everyone point and laugh. We drew the fool. Folly, mania, extravagance, delirium, and frenzy. So I think in your career before getting this position, maybe you kind of felt like you were fumbling around. Maybe it felt like a, how do I describe this? Frenzy is one of the words that's sticking out to me. It's kind of just feeling like you felt out of place. You felt like everything was just kind of like moving around like in a fog. Maybe you didn't feel very competent in the position. I can just say a bunch of maybes forever, but it definitely seems like you felt out of place. The Fool usually symbolizes both, like, the start and the end of the Arcana. The Fool is usually where you start because it's, like, the sense of, like, pure ignorance and just, like, no understanding. But it can also symbolize the end in some ways because, like, should you not succeed in your journey, you would just return to being a fool again. I think in this particular case, it was like you were really trying to make it fit when it just wouldn't. Like trying to put a square block into a round hole type of thing. But yeah. Definitely felt kind of out of place there. And that's kind of like where you were starting as you transitioned into this new position that you've recently started. And the perspective for that is Reverse 9 of Cups. Reverse 9, which is truth, loyalty, and liberty. So that kind of fits with what you said in the actual message. You're happy here. You're enjoying it. You feel like you could be very loyal to your team, to like the company that you're working for. You trust them, you've been very truthful with them, and they in turn have been quite truthful with you. It feels like everything is like working out pretty well here. But this card can sometimes also mean things such as, like, mistakes and imperfections, but I think that's just because you're new. I think in this particular circumstance, if mistakes and imperfections are occurring, it's just because you're new and you're still trying to get used to it. So don't sweat that. I think that this card is primarily wanting you to focus on the energy that is, like, this is very different from where you were, where you felt like the fool at your previous place. It feels like now at this current one, there's a lot more focus on, like, everybody is, like, trying to support you. They want to help you keep doing well. They want you to do better. And they're encouraging you in a way that feels more positive and more, like, helpful compared to before. And going into the future, as you continue to work there, we have Reverse Queen of Wands. Reverse Queen... good, economical, obliging, serviceable. It it looks like things are going to go pretty well for you there. I mean, one of the readings is literally just good. Outlook, good. Also obliging. I think that this means that the job is going to oblige you and your desires to, like, stay there. And I also think you are going to be able to oblige the workplace by putting in your best efforts. I think as long as you acknowledge that in this place that you're in right now, in the present, there might still be mistakes. I think you're eventually going to be able to reach a point where the company is going to be able to better take care of you, and you are going to be able to better take care of your place in the company. It looks like this position was a good match, and things are going to work out for you there. And I'm very happy about that for you. Nice, nice, nice. Very good reading. Okay. I'm so happy this one turned out well. Yeah, I'm happy for you too. You deserve it. Okay. This is Ferrex's. Ferrex's reading now. Can you please do a reading on my career / education and things I need to improve for myself? Okay, I'll do my best. I'm tearing up with a smile right now. Oh, that's so sweet. What the heck? I'm so happy for you. I really do hope that the job continues to treat you well. Okay. And then career afterwards for Nathan. Okay. Got it. Job. Everybody out here be like, how job? Which is very real. You're a real one? No, stop it. I am just a messenger for what the cards say. We should be thanking the deck, if anything. I'm just a humble interpreter. Okay. Thank you, Yuno's deck, for being her cards. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Alright. Career. Alright. So past. This is for Ferrex the cat, by the way. Career, education, and things to improve on. Okay, we'll see what it says. Past. Reverse Wheel of Fortune. So we've already seen this card earlier. Reverse Wheel of Fortune just basically means, like, abundance. There was, like, a lot of opportunities. I think if we're talking in the sense of, like, career and education, I think that means that you kind of had, like, a surprising amount of options that you could choose from. Maybe you were deciding between a lot of majors that would have been really lucrative for you. Or maybe if you're close to graduating now, perhaps there are a lot of jobs that are kind of like lining up for you as you come closer to completing your education. But it seems that there's just like a lot of things that are available. Like you're kind of like, you have like, what's a good expression for what I mean? I don't know right now. My brain is slowing down rapidly. But you basically have a lot of options. The abundance is like a good thing. But perhaps it also means that you've kind of been like overwhelmed by choice. It could be that there's too many options. Depending. As for how you feel in the current, reverse Knight of Pentacles. Let's see. Pentacles is back here. And Knight of Pentacles is... Inertia, idleness, stagnation. Also discouragement and carelessness. I feel like discouragement is sticking out to me. Maybe because you had so many choices available to you, like in your past, or like maybe you still feel like you have a lot of those choices. You feel kind of discouraged from choosing some of them more than others. Or maybe there was one that really appealed to you that you were kind of discouraged from taking. I'm also kind of interested in that idea of stagnation as well. Stagnation and discouragement are the two that are kind of sticking out the most. Perhaps you are currently feeling now like you've made a choice that might have been wrong for you. Just because you have a lot of options and you chose one that seemed like it would be really lucrative doesn't mean it's guaranteed to succeed, and maybe that's kind of what's causing that feeling of stagnation. Like, it's not like you're bad at what you're doing, and it's not like you aren't succeeding in terms of, like, getting good grades or whatever, but maybe it's just not, like, fulfilling in a different way. And so it's making it more difficult to, like, properly enjoy it. That is kind of the vibe that I'm getting for how you're feeling about it right now. And it could be because you're also thinking about things that you need to improve for yourself. Maybe part of it is you feel discouraged because you think that you are still flawed in some way and have thus been, like, struggling with your lessons and stuff. Who knows? And as for the future, reverse 7 of Pentacles. So we got a pentacle again. And also the Wheel of Fortune, which is also round. The pentacles are, like, round for me on my cards, so it's interesting that we've got a lot of, like, circular items going on. I don't know if that necessarily means anything, but sometimes you can notice things and it ends up impacting the reading overall. So reverse 7 of Pentacles is very easy to understand. Anxiety about money. It looks like your understanding of, like, things you might need to improve upon and, like, the stagnation that you are currently feeling. It seems to me that a lot of that is based around the idea that in the future, maybe you're going to end up in a career path that is not going to be very financially lucrative, or maybe not very financially stable. Maybe it's going to be, like, irregular pay cycles. Maybe the pay is going to be a bit low. There could be a lot of things about it that are, like, kind of worrying you, or maybe you think because of your shortcomings, it's going to be harder to, like, earn, like, a higher rate, maybe? The future does seem to be pointing towards, like, anxiety over money should things continue. I think the most important thing is to kind of, like, not focus too much on... Well, obviously, I don't want to say don't focus on self-improvement, because focusing on self-improvement would be good. But I think it would be important to not let it overtake your mind too completely. You have a lot of options. People think that once they choose a major, or once they choose a career, or once they, like, do any of that stuff, that it basically means you cannot ever change your mind, but you literally can. You can change your mind. You can choose to completely do, like, a total career pivot. You have a lot of options available to you. The Wheel of Fortune dictates it as such. So don't feel bad if you feel like you need to make a change, or if you need to, like, switch things around in order to, like, better suit you and your needs. It seems like the future will kind of, like, allow for that. And if you want to avoid that anxiety over money, maybe it'll be good to, like, look into all of your options and ensure you can find something that best works for you. Okay. Hopefully that was helpful. All right, and last but not least, Nathan. Nathan's career question. Car ear. I got you, homie. I'm gonna finish before 3. I'm so glad. I love this for me. Okay. Okay. Heart year. Alright, so past, what was your career outlook looking like in 2025? Upright 7 of Cups. We've seen this before. This is like false abundance, like false wealth. Like there was like seemingly value there, but then it ended up not really being as valuable as you once thought it was. Was kind of the vibe. Yeah, fairy favors, imagination, sentiment. I think if you look back with like sentimental vibes, I mean, not necessarily just for 2025, maybe for the past as a whole as well. There might have been jobs that seemed like they were really valuable and that they like really provided like a lot for you. But it was kind of like, you're kind of like blinded by the nostalgia goggles, for lack of a better term. You're seeing it behind like rose-colored glasses, and you're trying to get more value out of it than there actually was available, which is not inherently bad, but it can be difficult when it comes to like actually trying to understand like what you gained from it. Not to say that there was absolutely nothing, but you might be thinking that you gained more than you actually did, and like maybe these jobs also tried to convince you of that by like dangling these things in front of you only for you to realize that they weren't as valuable as they once appeared. Metaphorically. Stuff like that. That kind of thing can happen sometimes. So I think like past job experiences, or at least maybe like the specific job that you have been thinking about recently, might not have been as like valuable as your brain is making you think it is because of like the nostalgia factor. Going into the present, we have reverse sun. So the moon? No, the sun, but upside down. Reverse sun. Once again, this just means the same thing as upright sun, but lesser. So things like material happiness and contentment.
The sus.
No, it is not the sus. Anyways, so material happiness and contentment, but like to a lesser degree. So right now, you're fine with your job. Whatever you're doing right now for work, it's alright. It could be better, but it could certainly also be worse. If someone were to ask you how you feel about your job right now, you'd just be like, it's fine. It's a job. You do job things. It's work. Like, there isn't really much to say. It's just kind of like minimal contentment. Like, it's doing like the bare minimum for you. And in some ways, it's like kind of just not really like appealing or interesting to you. It's just like, it's just there. It's there so you can make money. And sometimes that's kind of all you need for a job. But as for the future, Upright Emperor. Okay. So as we've discussed with the Emperor being upright previously, stability, power, conviction, and reason. So it looks like the outlook for your career is you are going to be able to find something that is stable. And that's more than we can say about some of the other career readings we've done tonight. A lot of these other career readings have been either very open-ended or have implied that it's only going to be like a temporary boon. But this is like the first one where one of the cards has a more like solid presence. I think this is basically implying that either the position that you're in now, maybe you're going to get a promotion, asterisk, question mark. Is it? I don't really know. I don't know if you're looking for a promotion or if you're looking for a new position entirely. But this could mean a sign of promotion because, you know, becoming the Emperor in your future could imply you like earn that position and you like move up. So it could be that you get a promotion at your job and then that allows you to have something that's more like stable and secure and something that you feel more like confident and powerful in terms of like a job role. Or it could be that you go to a different company, or like maybe you change career paths or what have you. And then whatever position you manage to get when you do that ends up being really good for you too. Like that ends up being like the thing that allows you to like kind of rise to power. Whatever it may be based on your particular situation, it seems like it's going to be a good move career-wise. Like it seems like whatever moves you might plan on making this year are going to be setting you up for success. So I would say your outlook's pretty good. Just avoid getting too blinded by the nostalgia of a previous like work experience. As long as you aren't too blinded by nostalgia, I think that the outlook for your career stuff is good. And with that, I'm done. Yippee! Thank you for all of the crazy outpouring of support tonight. I've usually had like fairly successful streams of this, but this stream in particular was pretty crazy, and I am very grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who asked questions. Thank you to everybody who hung out while I answered all of these questions and just kind of rambled and yapped into oblivion. Thank you very, very much. I was about to say very thank you. I need to go to bed. Want to talk for 18 more minutes? No, please. I'm so tired. Grant me mercy. I'm just a little guy. But as I put my stuff away, let's see, what else did I want to say here? I am now time off. Time off now, please have. I do not stream later today, and I do not stream Thursday. The next time you see me will be for my Friday stream, where I will be doing part 2 of Kemono Tea Time. That will also be probably a decently long stream, because I want to try and beat the game in that stream. So that might go for a little while in order to beat it. But I'm looking forward to that. That'll be the next time you see me. Saturday will be in the afternoon as a Twitch-only stream. I will be playing Animal Crossing. We'll be checking out some of the new update stuff if I have access to the hotel early. And I'll be like trying to figure out what the aesthetic and vibe is for my island. And then in the evening it will be members only. So members, be ready for watch-along time. Well, not like actual watch-along time, but we're gonna come up with things that we want to like show each other for watch-alongs, because I want to have like a list of things that I can default to whenever I want to do a watch-along. That's stuff that like you guys have suggested and stuff that I also want to show you guys. So I think we should just have like a dedicated little chat time where we pick out stuff that we all want to watch together for our members watch-along times. That will be the plan for Saturday night. I'll also be making a post on Patreon before that stream, probably on Thursday, to like give some like loose guidelines, because there are going to be some loose guidelines. I'm not just going to accept literally anything. And then Sunday is coloring voxels. That will also be on both YouTube and Twitch. So Sunday it will just be cozy stream day. I'll be coloring the voxels. As I do, as I sometimes do. And yeah, that's the plan for the rest of the week. So I'm going to go take a rest. You probably won't see me for, you probably won't see me much, after I go to bed tonight. Because I always try to stay off of my socials on Wednesday. That is my me day. What else did I want to say? I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired. I can't think anymore. I Yippee. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this a stream. Thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yinotsu! Oh, thank you for the last minute head pat. You managed to sneak it in right before I ended the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, good night. Thank you for being here. I had a lot of fun. My brain is so dead. Okay. Thank you. Good night.